Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream. We're going back to Demonfish Dead Ahead. I did fix the issues that I ran into yesterday, but yeah, next time I play games, hopefully it works. It should. I tested it this morning and linked my Steam Deck back up with my laptop to stream the Steam Deck to the laptop. My laptop is getting old. Playing games on it is kind of rough depending on the game. Something like Helldivers is just not gonna work on my computer, especially while I'm streaming and all that stuff. If I wasn't streaming, it's like doable, but while streaming, it's like nah. Anyways, sorry for last night. It was like 25 minutes of me attempting to troubleshoot and giving up, and yeah, that these things happen, I suppose. Hopefully today goes better. But yeah, we're gonna be doing Demonfish Dead Ahead and GB Studio, maybe a little bit of Aseprite. Probably start with some of the copy pasting that we've been doing, and then maybe move on to some of the art making. I've got some ideas for stuff, and maybe we'll get to that. But yeah, there's an ad starting about 30 some odd seconds, so after the ad we should be ready to roll. Alright, we should be back from the ads. So yeah, like I was saying, we're gonna start with where we left off on some of these scripts and stuff that need copy-paste stuff. We did get this working, the cutscene, which is nice. It scrolls the text across the top. I had a feeling that would work, but I've never done that before, so that was a pleasant surprise. It did take a little bit longer than I was expecting to figure out, but we got it. And we'll use that same way of doing things for the rest of the cutscenes. I'm thinking a cutscene after each boss fight, and then another one at the end of the game. And I've also thought of adding a crown to this boss, and then at the end putting the crown on this guy, and maybe drawing a new drawing of it with the crown looking even cuter. But that's just a thought. Also, I'll probably do like dead versions of all the bosses on their own background like this, so we can make it like really big without having to worry about background swapping or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, technically we could have done that with all the bosses anyways. I think when I first made the bosses, I was going to do them all on one fight scene, but it ended up just being easier to copy and paste it and then change the variables. That way I didn't have to do a whole bunch of different conditionals based on which boss you were fighting. I mean, technically I could have done that, but I worry about the token count, because on each like group of events, like if you go into the on update can only have so many events, and like, yeah, it looks like there's only one, but every time you break it down, these are full of events, and eventually you run out of space, and then the game doesn't compile, and you have to like refactor everything into different scripts, which is what I've already done, so like I can't really make it much bigger, so it's just easier to do it this way. But yeah, as far as putting the crown on this guy, that's really easy. I'll just replace this image with the one with the crown, and then it should already be there. I don't have to like change the code or anything like that. But yeah, I believe we were at either this one or maybe even, I think it's the next one. But let's double check on this. Okay, so all of this looks okay, because all the way to the end it's got type 31 quantity and all of that stuff, so that should be good. So yeah, I think we were at this where we needed to populate the fish. If we take a look, we can see this one's using Gen 5. This one's using Gen 5. That one's using Gen 5. I believe we made it to... I don't really know. It's better to just check and be sure. Pretty sure we made it to Gen 6, but... So this one's Gen 6. So 20, 21. That one looks done. 22. That one looks done. 23. That one looks done. 24. This one is Gen 7. Okay, so we made it all the way to 7. That was 24. 25 is done. 26 is done. And maybe we did finish. 28 done. 9. Alright, I guess we did finish. 30. Alright, 31's done too. Apparently I didn't mark it off on my sticky note here. Depopulate Gen 7 and 8 on World 4. This on World 4 is confusing me. But I think I was just trying to be explicit. Oh, you know what? I think it's actually in the fight scene. That's why I wrote that. So yeah, if we go to this one, we've got these enemy count, fish position stuff. My guess is that we didn't finish. Oh, these are all the black ones. Don't need those. That one says Gen 7. So this one says Gen 3, so clearly that's where we left off, because these ones say Gen 7. Alright, so let's think about this here. We've got enemy type 0 through 3, so that's 24, 25, 26, 27. (28) through 31 go on scene 8. So this is where we were. Alright, so I'm replacing Gen 3 with Gen 7. Copying the tile set. Pasting it. And making sure I don't leave an extra T. Because that took me like an hour to find. The one time. So yeah, we'll be doing this for a little bit. So yesterday I went to a game dev meetup. A digital game dev meetup, which is super cool. I've been going to both tabletop and digital game dev meetups, and the digital group has not been meeting up as often. However, the moderator for the group apologized and said that next year we'll be getting more. I think because they were finishing up a title, they didn't have a whole lot of time. So they only did a couple meetups, and they were talking about trying to do at least one a season, I think is what they said, which is better than twice a year. However, the tabletop group is doing it every month, so I'll probably continue going to those ones when they're at a range that I feel comfortable driving to. I think the next one is like an hour away or something like that. not really trying to drive an hour to playtest other people's games. Although one of my friends said he's going because he's bringing something to playtest. But I don't know. Maybe I'll hit him up and see if he wants to drive me, because then I wouldn't have a problem with it. Not like I got a whole bunch of things going on. And they're fun. It's just, honestly, it's a little bit nerve-wracking for me to make a trip like that, because I don't know the area at all. And the highways out here are pretty messed up, in my opinion. I mean, I've seen some messed up highways, but like, the merging and stuff is just like really quick, and there's no like, I mean, sometimes there's like a merge lane, but most of the time it's like direct merges like into traffic and out of traffic too. Like, so like the exit ramp will just like show up like, oh, you're supposed to know that, and then like halfway down the exit ramp it splits up again, and like if you make a wrong choice you're going the wrong direction, you know. And if you know the stuff then it's fine, but like I don't know that I'm supposed to like speed up and make sure that there's room so I can get over, because all of a sudden there's a direct merge into like, it's just it's not fun. I'm getting the hang of it, but they still always catch me off guard. Luckily I have a Illinois license plate still, so like people like who live here are like, oh, this guy's gonna fuck this up. And then I fuck it up and they're like, oh, I knew it, saw that coming. However, in a couple months I'm gonna have my Oklahoma license plate, and I still don't know the roads very well because I just don't leave the house ever. Anyways, the game dev meetup was a lot of fun. I met a lot more people this time because I got there, I wasn't late this time. So last time I was late and they had more people than they expected, and they had a big table, but it was completely full to the brim. Like people sitting on the edges of it, there was no room for new people. And there was like another table that started that only had like 6 people. So I was hanging out with these 6 people and barely had a chance to meet anyone else until more room cleared up and people started leaving. Which at that point it's like, it's already pretty much over. So I did get to meet a few more people this time. Pretty cool people. We were talking about getting together and hitting up like a barcade, which is something that I've been trying to do since I moved out here. However, I don't drink at all, and like I get kind of nervous going to like bars by myself, because I don't know people, I'm new here, like I don't know what to expect. All I have to go off of is like comments and like reviews on like Google and shit. And like this one barcade that looks promising has like some really scathing reviews. Like people getting drugged there and stuff like that. And like I've been drugged twice. I mean, granted, I won't be drinking, so that kind of helps, but like, I don't know. I don't want to go there when it's crowded, but I also feel like if I go there when it's dead, it's going to be kind of boring. And I don't know, if I like go there with someone, I'm going to feel a lot better. And one of the people there, interestingly enough, wasn't a game dev at all. They're what they call a gaming enthusiast. And on their business card, it said they're a gaming consultant, which I thought was interesting. However, they're trying to get into streaming more. I think they stream a little bit. And that's cool, because I mean, that's what I've been doing this last year. And I always like helping people. And my other buddy, who I've been going to both the digital meetups and the tabletop meetups, was telling him we should get him into game dev. Be like, you're gonna be a game dev whether you like it or not, kind of thing. I mean, obviously just joking, but like, he seemed pretty cool about the whole thing. So he says he'll be a producer, which I laughed at. As someone who's done production jobs, like, you kind of need to know what you're doing. It's nice to think that you can just be the idea guy and tell people what to do, but like, if you don't know what to do, you can't really tell people what to do. So one of the first teams, I guess not the first, but an early team that I worked with, Wonder Game Studios, I think is what it was called. That was like a shit show, right? So it was this guy in Russia who didn't speak English. He was using Google Translate for everything, and so like, you can imagine things were probably weird just because of that. But second, he had been working on this game for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, and he decided he wanted like a team to help him. And one of the first people he met, I suppose, was this voice actor, and he was a good voice actor. He wasn't bad at voice acting. Although he had trouble getting rid of his twang, which is interesting for a voice actor. Anyways, he was still kind of starting out, and I guess he was getting paid. Not really sure. A lot of the team didn't actually get paid, which was part of the issue with that show. But anyways, this voice actor like kind of decided that he was gonna be like the producer, and just like started making decisions and calls on stuff that he had no idea about, like pipeline stuff and hiring and like finding team members and all that stuff. And like, he was, I mean, he don't, you know, bless his heart, he was trying, you know, he was interested in the project and doing his best, and man, he just had no idea what he was doing, and he wasn't very good at his job either. One of the things that really irked me about him was that he would Discord message me random times, you know, and be like, hey, that was the message, hey, and I would respond usually right away, because this was before I got like crazy amounts of Discord messages. I mean, I was still getting them pretty commonly, but I was pretty responsive too, because I was looking for work. And that's how this guy found me, actually. It was on just like a random Discord server. He was like, hey, you're an animator, you wanna do animation for this project? And I was like, sure, tell me more, you know, let's talk. And after like some testing, I was allowed to join the team and not get paid. It was ridiculous. Anyways, dude would be like, hey, and I'd be like, what's up? And then like 3 or 4 hours later, he'd get back to me and be like, hey. Like literally just say hey again. I'd be like, yeah, what is it? And then like a few more hours would go by, and he'd be like, how do you feel about this? And it's like, you know, if you knew what you were gonna ask me, just fucking ask me. Don't hey me twice beforehand. Like, the way these messages work, like, you can get back to them as you do, and then not have to worry about like say hey first if you want to, sure. Be like, hey, I've got a question. How do you feel about this? That's totally normal. But responding to hey is like, I don't know. it just felt disrespectful, really. Right? Like he didn't respect my time. And then it was just like a bunch of needless messaging. And after a while, it just really got to me. Like, I didn't say nothing to the guy. Or maybe I did. I can't remember. I don't know. He did actually do quite a bit of work to try to get a team together, but when it came down to it, he wasn't really in a position to make those decisions that he was, you know, attempting to make. So the lead dev would eventually get on the Discord and be like, what the hell is all this? What's going on with this? And then the voice actor guy would be like, oh, this is going on with that. And you'd be like, well, what the fuck? I didn't tell you to do that. And yeah. So I kind of backed off from that project. I like kind of saw that things were going haywire, and I, you know, I used it as a learning experience, is what I did. Kilo, welcome in. Nice job getting first. How you doing, Kilo? I'm just kind of talking to myself about my previous experience working with a shit show team. Well, I do this kind of tedious copy paste stuff. Thanks for checking in. Doing great. How are you? I'm doing good. I was talking earlier about a game dev meetup that I went to last night. And that got me going on tangents about my previous experiences with strangers and stuff. But yeah, it was a good game dev meetup last night. Met some new people. I'm still pretty new to this area, so it's nice to network IRL. Clearly most of my networks are online. But good to see you in here, Kilo. Hope you're doing well. Well, I guess you said you're doing good. Hope you're having a good Sunday morning. I was supposed to play D&D this morning, but no one told me that it was canceled. So I guess whoops on their part. I guess one of the group members is, or two of the group members are going to some K-pop concert or something. So I guess they canceled last minute last night, and I just never got the memo. I'm a little disappointed for two reasons. One, because I wanted to play and it's fun, and two, because like no one remembered to tell me, and it's kind of sometimes a pain in the ass for me to be awake. Granted, today it wasn't, so I'm not upset or anything like that. But like sometimes I'll have to like fix my sleep schedule just to be awake for D&D, and had to do that last time, and this time my schedule's fixed, so it's not an issue. I hope that I'll make a habit of that. But I've been having fun playing D&D. I'm like a drung, which is a frog person, and then I'm a cleric / monk. So if I like touch people, it poisons them because of being this poison frog. But also like I can heal people, so like I can poison you and heal you at the same time. It's kind of ironic. But I can climb just as well as I can walk, so I can like climb on the ceilings and walls and stuff to avoid traps, which is cool. And I can create water, so that way I can stay moist, because that's like a grung thing. Although honestly, the DM and the group haven't really been like sticklers about that, which makes things a little bit easier. It's been fun. But yeah, right now we're just doing the tile swapping for fight scene 7 and fight scene 8. Earlier we did a cutscene, well, not earlier today, but a couple streams ago we did the cutscene for the start of the game, and I added a crown to this boss before stream. So that was before, and now it's got a crown. And so I'm thinking that we'll give the crown back to this guy at the end of the game, and he'll be like, oh, you even got my crown back. Which is kind of an afterthought, but that's okay. I think it'll add some closure to the game. At first I was thinking, you know, like, how did Mario end or something like that, and I was like, we could do a your princess isn't at this castle. Then I was like, you know what, that wasn't even how the game ended, that was just how they ended each thing. Maybe that doesn't work here. I wanted to do like some other type of reference thing, but I couldn't think of anything, so I was like, you know what, we'll just have a crown, and then I'm thinking we'll do cutscenes for each of the bosses like dying, and then maybe some music for when you win, and probably music for each cutscene. I really like making music. The soundtrack's been a lot of fun. I don't really have a problem expanding it. A lot of people have been asking for the soundtrack to be sold separately, and I'm just like not ready to pay to do that, because it's like $65 to copyright a album, and that's like a lot of money for me right now. Like, I'm never gonna make that back selling the soundtrack, you know what I mean? Even if it's like $5 a pop, like, I'm not gonna sell that many. I'll probably sell like 3 at that rate. If I did it for cheaper, like $1 or something like that, sure, maybe I'll sell a few more, but it's gonna take that much longer to make that $65 back. Part of me is thinking I'll just put it on Bandcamp, and then I don't know, I guess copyright it if the game takes off or something like that. I guess that's what a lot of people do. However, like, I don't know, it makes it easier for people to steal that way. Oh. The whole copywriting thing is kind of a thing. It's like, it's too expensive. It, like, technically, it's copywritten as soon as you make it, but you can't sue until you have, like, legal confirmation that it's been copywritten, which costs money. The fucking racket is what it is. Like, how is that even legal? Like, oh, you can't sue unless you pay beforehand. So you can ask them to take it down, but you can't sue them, so there's no legal consequences of them stealing it. So they could even try to sell it and make money off your shit, because you can't sue them. So even if they do make money off of it, you can't sue them unless you have a copyright, which costs money. So, like, basically, if you don't make at least $65 off of the thing that you're making, there's no point in copywriting it. There's no point in making it in the eyes of the world. Or you maybe just don't share it because people might steal it, and they could throw more money at it to market it than you. So if they wanted to, they could just steal it, and it's like this whole fucking thing. It's too big of a headache for me to like think about like, oh yeah, sure, you can like, I don't know, buy the soundtrack from me. Like, I'd rather just give it away. I don't want people to steal it either and sell it, you know, it's ridiculous. Maybe that's the way to do it, just give it for free, so that way if someone else is trying to sell it, they won't be able to because it's free from the developer. I don't fucking know. Make like a SoundCloud or a Bandcamp. Probably what most people do. But yeah, legally speaking, someone could come in and copyright it and then all of a sudden get claims on people playing the game on YouTube and shit like that. It's like this whole mess. You go online and ask about it, all the resources are saying, oh, it's better to just copyright it. And then I was looking at like distribution and stuff like DistroKid, and technically that isn't actually a copyright. It just helps you monetize off of Spotify. Which I looked into it, you need like 10,000 plays a month, or no, 10,000 plays a year to make back the cost of the subscription for DistroKid. And then if you want to discontinue your subscription and still have the thing up, it costs $65, which is the same cost as the copyright, which makes you think maybe it's getting copyrighted. No, it's not. You still would need, if you wanted it to be copyrighted, you'd still have to have the other $65, and this is per album. The copyright but the legacy stuff on Spotify is like, I think it's $65 per track, which is fucking crazy. However, you probably wouldn't want to like do it for every track, just the tracks that you know are gonna make you some money. I don't know, unless you're rich. The whole thing is a mess. The rich man's game. So then there's this other thing where even if you pay $65 for the album to be copywritten, someone could steal it in a country where they don't respect our copyrights, like China, and then it's fine. Like, there's no legal recourse. There's nothing you can do about it. Their government won't do anything about it. It's totally legal for them to claim it as their own, because they don't respect our copyright laws. And like, China's not the only country in the world that's like that. There's quite a few countries. So what some creators and artists are saying is like, just keep making stuff. You know, if people are stealing it, then that's a good thing. That means that you're being successful. So just make some more stuff so they can steal that too. And, you know, eventually you'll make enough money to copyright something. Which is ridiculous. Because like I said, even if you copyright it, they can still steal it in a different country. Depending on the country. But I do love making stuff. Don't think I'm gonna stop just because of copyrights or, you know, fucking AI scraping and all this stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm still doing it for the love of doing it, the passion. I would love to make some money too, but like, never really been about the money. I'll probably just end up getting some type of side job and financing things that way, which means less time for creating, but can't expect my my hobbies to pay my bills, right? No, I've been pretty lucky the last 5 or so years making mods, but I mean technically that's still kind of a side gig, right? I mean, yeah, I'm using my my LLC but it's not exactly what I wanted to be doing with it, you know? I mean, yeah, it's still technically working in games and 3D modeling and texturing and all that stuff, working with content creators and freelancing. But I mean, it goes way back, right? Like when I first started freelancing, I was doing a lot of graphic design and web design and stuff like that. So it was never really what I wanted to do. I wanted to make games, you know? And I guess when I started, it wasn't like, I didn't really care so much. I just wanted to like make money as an artist and like start my career as an artist kind of thing. So I was happy to be doing business cards and shit. I don't really do business cards anymore, which is nice, I guess, because that kind of work was always kind of boring for me. I do really like making logos still, but making logos is actually a really tough job. Honestly, that's probably how I got good at dealing with clients, because like logos are so important to everyone for, you know, a good reason. They are important, right? And clients get real picky about the logo and stuff because, like I said, it is actually important. So I totally understand why people get picky about it. One of the first things I learned about freelancing was that yeah, you're an artist and like your job is to make it look as good as you can, but like the other part of the job is to make the client happy. And that's actually more important than making it look good. Making it look good is secondary to making the client happy. Client's paying you. You want them to feel good about the money that they're giving you. And if the piece sucks, you can say like, hey, you know, I think it'll look better this way. But if they say, no, I think my idea is better, we're going with my idea. You can't just say like, I mean, you can say, well, then I'm not going to do it, but then you won't get paid. So if you want to get paid, you have to be like, okay, well, let's try it your way then. And then they'll be like, you know what, it might look better your way. And then you're like, well, I told you. That's why you have to charge them for comps. But if you start the conversation by saying like, oh, you'll have to charge, I'll be charging you per comp, or you get this many comps with that price. First of all, people don't fully understand what that means, so you have to explain it. Second of all, sometimes it puts a bad taste in their mouth. So you have to kind of preemptively spell it out for people and be like, it's not an easy job doing this for people, and sometimes people rip you off, or they change their mind and they, you know, they have you keep making different things and they can't make up their mind, and then they finally decide to go with someone else, or you know, stuff like that. So you have to like cover your own ass, and then you have to explain why you're covering your own ass, which, like I said, to someone who hasn't done commissions before, puts a bad taste in their mouth. However, the more people do commissions, or like pay for commissions, the easier it is to understand why an artist would have to do these things. So yeah, it's definitely easier to work with people who like commission artists often. But when you're looking for new clientele, sometimes you end up having to talk to people who have never commissioned an artist before, and that's like a whole other job that you don't get paid for. The other thing is that it's like a service job. Excuse me. It's a lot like working retail in some degree, in some respects, where you have to, like, you know, clearly be courteous to the customer and explain things in a way that isn't condescending, or, you know, talk in layman's terms. Some people are easier to work with than others, of course. I've had some really great clients, and I've had some really not so great clients also. Sometimes people like the idea of hiring an artist more than they actually like hiring an artist. They like to think like, oh, my product is so good, I'm gonna hire someone to make it even better. And then when it comes down to like actually paying that person, they're like, you know what? I'm not that serious. Those are usually the worst ones. That's why I ask for at least half up front. Because that way, if something goes terribly wrong and they either can't pay the second half, or they don't want to pay the second half, or they think that the project has gone off the rails, or there's been some type of miscommunication or something like that, then I get to at least get paid something for my time. That's not like a complete waste for me. And then if they're like, you know, like, I want the other half back or something, it's like, hey, sorry, there's no refunds, you paid for my time, kind of thing. I mean, they have to put themselves in your shoes, you know? I've had clients pay me as much as 50 bucks an hour. So for me to spend like 20 hours on someone's piece and not get anything, like, that's not good. That's time I could have spent doing other clients' work. Or just living my life. Or doing things that I actually want to do for myself, like making this game. But yeah, I was talking about Wonder Game Studios earlier. So this game I worked on with them is called Today Is My Birthday. I really didn't do that much for them because, like I said earlier when I kind of trailed off, was that I had like kind of backed away from the project once I realized it was a shit show and that it was going off the rails, going haywire. But I wanted to learn as much as I could from the team and be there if things started going right. But I kind of knew in my heart that things weren't going to go right, so more or less I was just watching a dumpster fire and trying to learn from it. And I did. I actually learned a lot. Because when I managed this... Hey, Indie Maniac, welcome in. Because when I started managing a studio, I had to like think about all of the bad managers I'd have. It's funny, I was at the game dev meetup last night and someone said the same thing, that like they were like a neuroscientist that switched over to games, and they're like, I'm managing a team of 15 people, so like I wouldn't have been able to do that had I not done like all this stuff for the neuroscience stuff, have like big meetings and all this stuff, and learn from all the bad management that they've had to deal with. And that's like so true. Everyone should check out the Indie Maniac, by the way. I did their pixel tuber thing based on someone else's art, so I can't take full credit, but I did make it into pixels. I was playing Egging On. I don't know if I know that one. There's a lot of egg games. Like a whole genre now. I guess it's more of a theme. Egg-themed games. But I hope you're having a good early December here. Hope you're not getting too much snow. I know that the Northeast kind of got some weather. We got a tiny bit of snow here, but it melted right away, which is good for me. It is a little chilly out, but I don't know. I was outside with just a hoodie yesterday, and that was fine. Queen Veronica, welcome in. How you doing? We're working on Demon Fish Dead Ahead. I'm doing some kind of tedious copy pasting stuff here to put the new fish into this scene, and then I've got to do this one as well. Good, how are you? I'm doing great. I was supposed to play D&D this morning, but the group canceled and forgot to tell me. But luckily I was already awake. I didn't have to like wake up early or anything like that. I think I woke up at like 7 this morning. So my sleep schedule is normal for once. Probably won't last long. I think at most I can push it to last like a week as being normal. I think part of my problem is that I'll just like sleep until I'm not tired anymore. But for some reason I only got like 7 hours last night, and I felt pretty well rested when I woke up. But yeah, a lot of times if I wake up and it's only been like 6 hours or something, I'll just like go back to bed. I'll be like, you know what? I could sleep some more. I usually only sleep about 8 hours, unless I've like stayed up like 20 hours or something like that, and then I'm like, I could sleep for 12 hours. You went to bed at 6 a.m. Oh wow, so you're just waking up then, huh? Yeah, I think I went to bed around 1. I was playing Helldivers. I was trying to stream it, but I had accidentally reset my IP address, or changed my IP address on my router on accident and didn't realize it. So like, the way that I link my Steam Deck to my computer is through the IP address, and like everything had to be redone, and like I had to like relearn how I set that up in the first place, and I failed to be able to do it on stream. An hour ago, right on. Hey, I know how that goes. My sleep schedule sometimes gets so backwards that I will literally be going to bed when people are waking up. I kind of like it, to be honest. I think that's the other part of the reason why it ends up flipping is because like there's just less people when everyone's asleep, right? And then there are people, like if you want to talk to people, there's like, you know, the Philippines, and Australia, and Russia. There's other places too, but like those are a lot of where the people I talk to are. That I can think of off the top of my head. You guys sleep? It's funny, that meme where it's like that kid saying, you guys got paid? I finally actually saw that movie where that meme came from. It was on Netflix, and I was just like bored looking for things to watch. And I gave it a shot. It wasn't a terrible movie. I think it's called Meet the Millers. It wasn't absolutely terrible or anything like that. But yeah, I had no idea that like that's where that meme came from. I recognize the actor, but I don't know what else he's in. That meme gets thrown around a lot in game dev. There's so many game devs that aren't getting paid. But yeah, anyone doing anything cool today? Anyone up to anything fun? I already did my cool thing for the week. Or for the month. For the next 3 months or so. Nah, just kidding. I'll probably go to another board game or tabletop game developer meetup, but probably not the one that's this month because it's like an hour away. Today is your day off from streaming. Oh, do you stream almost every day? I was looking at my recap thing on Twitch, and I had like, I don't even know, I could get the exact numbers here. I streamed so many days, it was crazy. Let me find it. 213 streams out of 365 days. What's the math on that? 365 divided by 213. 1.7. What does that mean? Did I do it backwards? 213 divided by 365. 0.5. I don't know math. One of those makes sense somehow to do something. Oh wait, that's total streams. Alright, so it's 198 days of streaming. 1,010 hours streamed. And 5,612 hours viewed. Yeah. So I did a lot of streaming this last year. Like a crazy amount. Queen Veronica says, yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Oh wow. Yeah, that's a lot. And how long are your streams usually, Queen Veronica? You do, is it all gaming content? Or do you do other things as well? Every time I've popped in, it's been like games. I think you do a lot of retro games, right, Queen? That varies. The more people, the longer I go. Yeah, retro is my specialty. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know that feeling where it's like if no one's watching, it's hard to keep going. But sometimes I push myself, and then it actually ends up working out for me. Like even today, like we've been going for about an hour now, and like the first like 45 minutes of that was just me talking to myself. Sometimes that happens, you know. My problem is that I don't keep a schedule, and a big issue with that is that my sleep is just so erratic that it's like impossible for me to actually keep a schedule. So I do stream with Indiana Crones, and Indiana has a schedule because they work and have like a normal life and stuff. So on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I usually stream at 9:30 my time to about 1 or so. Last night I had technical difficulties, so I ended the stream after like 25 minutes of troubleshooting because I felt stupid not being able to figure out the changes with my IP address. But I got it figured out today, so come Tuesday I should be ready. Of course, sometimes Indiana Crones will cancel for work or whatever, and then I have to cancel on the fly. I'm gonna try to snooze this ad. Did it snooze? Alright, it snoozed. I hate when like an ad comes up and I see it, I'm like, oh, ad's starting soon, I better snooze it, and then I click the snooze button, it uses the snooze, and then it plays the ad, and I'm like, what the? I lose my snooze, and it plays the ad. That's the worst. But yeah, like the first, like, I don't even know, first 6 years of streaming, I had very few people in chat, so I got really good at just like talking to myself and just like going regardless. I think doing work helps with that, right? Because if it's something that you gotta do anyways, like it's better for me to think like, oh, someone might drop in and say hi, and then also like there's a lot of people that lurk, you know, because they want to work, and it's easier for them to work when they're watching someone else work, kind of thing. So like, because I do that too. When I'm working, I'll have other people's streams up, and it's definitely motivational to see someone else getting things done. Even if it's something tedious and kind of boring like what I'm doing here. But it's better to have people to talk to while I do tedious and boring stuff than if I was just doing this by myself. I would get pretty bored and start thinking about video games to play and other things I could be doing, and then the boring, tedious stuff would never get done. I'd start projects and never finish them, etc. Speaking of starting projects and never finishing them, a lot of people were playing Retro Spaceball last night, and it's kind of given me like more motivation to work on it some more. I really want to do all the things that, you know, been saying that I'm gonna do for years with that game, and kind of fight through the tech debt and all of that nonsense. Queen Veronica says, I have abandonment issues. All I need is to see if there is at least one person. I feel that. I feel that. Yeah. Sometimes, because I restream to YouTube, so sometimes I think about the fact that, like, people do just, like, watch on YouTube after the fact. So I kind of talk to those people when no one is on, and that helps me. I know people who, like, they turn off like the ability to see the viewers, so that way they don't have to worry about it. But I prefer being able to see it, so that way I can, like, keep track of, like, you know, how many people I'm talking to at least, or you know, it obviously you can't really tell exactly if someone, like, is muted or if they walked away from the computer or anything like that, but it helps you, like, just kind of keep an eye on things. So I prefer that. But yeah, once you see that number go to 0, it does hit you funny. I feel that, you know. I think, like I said, for me it's just like talking to myself and talking to the people who might see the video post stream, right? Because it happens on Twitch too, even if you don't restream. It's hard to say how often it happens, but, like, I was looking at some of my past streams today, and some of them have like 50 views. So I mean, obviously no one's sitting there and watching the whole stream because they're kind of long, but they at least popped in and looked at it, and they might just drag the scrubber to, like, a random part on the stream and see what the stream is like in the middle. And if I'm just, like, you know, quietly depressed that no one's in the stream, like, that's not really a good look. Oh, there's the ad. Sorry for that. It snuck up on me. I was gonna snooze it again, but these things happen. And sometimes I get quiet just because I'm working on stuff, and I think that's okay. I see other streamers, especially like artists, do that as well. And I feel like as long as the work is good, it's okay to get kind of quiet. But again, that's something that is kind of special for, like, co-working streams. I see some people, they say, like, no mic today, and they just talk and chat, and that works for them too. Other people, they want to hear the voice, but they don't want to actually interact with it. So I just come up with things to talk about. And sometimes, yeah, it probably sounds like I'm, like, either repeating myself or, like, talking in these wide circles where I like change the subject and come back to it eventually, or just, like, go from tangent to tangent. And I'm okay with that. It's kind of like I just let my brain just kind of rattle off whatever it feels like doing. And then sometimes it doesn't feel like doing anything, and I just roll with that too. It's not really an awkward silence if I'm, like, actually doing stuff. Although it probably sounds like it for the people who are just listening and not watching. Well, the ad sound means that we're coming back. It usually takes about 10 or so seconds before we're actually back from the ads. So I'm actually scanning each of these because I have made mistakes on quite a few of these at this point now, because there's a lot of copy pasting and a lot of like if one letter is off, that's an error kind of thing. Yeah, I think we're back from the ads now. My apologies for that. My throat's a little dry, so I'm gonna sip on some liquids here. Yeah, another thing that I do as far as streaming goes, if I'm using stream avatars, which is most of the time, ever since I bought it like 4 years ago or something like that, what I do, because there's like options for that stuff, I have it so like if someone chats and they show up, right? But they show up and stay there for like 30 minutes or something like that. So like even if they like just dropped in to say hey, it still looks to me like they're there, and that helps. I feel like not only for me but for other people that come in and it looks like a dead chat, but they see these, you know, names walking around, like even if they just dropped in to say hi and then left, like it gives the vibe and the appearance that like it's first of all, it's okay to chat, come in, say hi and leave if that's what is going on. Like I don't mind. It's okay to lurk, right? And it's okay to drop in and say something because obviously other people have too. But yeah, even if everyone drops in and leaves, I can still at least for 30 minutes feel like there's people that are at least paying attention and have come in and said hey or dropped in and said something or whatever. But yeah, on the other hand, if there's like absolutely no one, it can feel kind of depressing to just have like just me walking around. Of course you can turn yourself off too, but I kind of like the idea of having like one that's always there. For a while it was a cat, but now lately it's been Pyrotoad. I kind of want to make custom stream avatars for like a redeem. But I kind of feel bad also because like so many people have been spending their points on like the audio stuff, and people will be like, oh well, that wasn't there before, I want that, and then they'll either stop spending their money on the audio stuff or whatever. So I don't know, maybe I'll just do it for people, you know, ask them first how they feel about it, what they would want, and then be like, as a special gift, you get a special avatar that you can use if you want. Honestly, I don't know how to do that. I know there's a way to do it, but I don't know how to do it. Like, you need to like assign it or like make it unlock somehow. I don't really know. For as long as I've had stream avatars, I don't know much about how it works. Like every now and then someone will use a command that it comes with that I didn't even realize it came with. Alright, that one looks good. I'm gonna save. Every once in a while, the software will crash on me. Usually it's when I'm doing animations, but like, just in case. I don't want to redo anything. But yeah, I'm excited to put this game out eventually. I think I'm gonna do like a Steam demo for a good year or so. Maybe only 9 months. I don't know. What I should do is like work on the Steam page and like get that up and running. But I kind of want more content in the game for the Steam page, and then I end up just like finishing the game. And then there's no wish list, so you can't really... I mean, technically you can release it with no wish list, but like, why would you do that, right? And we kind of had an issue with Pyrotoad where it's like, we probably should have made the Steam page like a year in advance, but we didn't have the content at that point, and then as we were making the content, we were just more worried about finishing the game than getting the Steam page up, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, the game's done, let's sell it. And it's like, I don't know. Maybe it would have been better to just sit on the game for a year with the demo up. I think both of us expected it to do a little bit better than it did, to be honest. I don't think it's a good like genre match for Steam. Precision puzzle platformers aren't really that popular. It's weird though, right? Because if we were to call it like and make it more of a what's the word? A Souls-like, that probably would have done better because people were like ready for that. They'd been playing Silk Song and all of that, and it's like, oh yeah, it's Souls-like, we know what that is, we like that. Blasphemous and whatever other games are like that. But you take the same idea with a platformer and it's like, eh. And I get it because it's just tough. It's a hard game, and honestly not my genre of choice either. So I don't know, hopefully the next sale we can make a few more sales on it, but you know how gamers are. I'm the same way. It's really hard to buy games when they're not on sale, even if it's a cheap price. And yeah, like 10% off was like almost $1 off, which isn't bad considering it's like a $7 game, or I think it's an $8 game, and then it was $7, something like that. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. And maybe making it cheaper would have helped, but I'm not sure of that either. But eventually the sale price is going to get pretty low, I'm assuming. I'll have to talk with Johnny about the specifics and stuff, how we want to do that. Usually what people do is they ratchet down the price incrementally. So that way the people who are excited about it can pay a little bit more and have it earlier, and then as like time goes by, maybe a year later or so, it's like 50% off, and the people who missed it last year are like, oh, this game's super cheap now, I can buy it. And then maybe a couple years in, you do like 75% off or something like that, where it's like super cheap. Hopefully there's like a little resurgence of people playing it and buying it. And then what a lot of devs do is if they still haven't made any sales, they'll be like 90% off and just try to like cut their losses with it. So, not to sound too defeated, but I feel like that's probably the route that Pyrotoad will eventually take, is like make it like a lot of percent off. I obviously, don't hold me to this because it's not my decision alone, but to cut our losses at some point and be like, all right, let's see if anyone wants to buy it even for cheap, because like the algorithm is based on a few different factors: people who play it, people who buy it, people who wishlist it, people who comment on it, and the more of all of it you get, the better, right? So if you get a lot of comments, that's good. If you get a lot of wish lists, that's good, obviously. And then if you get a lot of sales, that's the best. If it makes a lot of money, that's even better than getting a lot of sales, right? So, I mean, they're kind of connected, but if you're getting a lot of sales at a sale price, that's not as good as getting a lot of sales at the full price. I was actually talking with a dev about this earlier. Or at the game dev meetup. They didn't realize that the Steam algorithm pushes games that make more revenue. But it makes sense. Steam wants to make money. They want you to make money, so they make money. Games that are making money, they get more push with the algorithm. So yeah, free games. Sure, Steam will take your $100. They're not going to turn down the $100, but they're also not going to push it because they know that people downloading it actually doesn't help them. I mean, it'll still get some action, especially if there's DLCs and other ways to spend money on it, or if it gets like a lot of people playing it and reviewing it positively. It'll still get some algorithmic pull, but compared to something that actually makes them a lot of money, it's just not going to be the same. So a lot of free games do DLCs and in-app purchases. Which, I mean, technically we could do something like that with Pyrotoad, but it would be a pretty big technical hurdle, considering we're making it with GB Studio and using Godot to make it like a computer game. I have a lot to learn about Godot if I was going to try to do anything close to that. Basically, we would need to have it come with 2 ROMs, and you do a special password kind of thing that the DLC would unlock, basically. Like, behind the scenes password kind of thing. If you buy the DLC, then it changes a variable within the base game to have it play the second ROM as well, kind of thing, which would entail making an entirely new ROM, which is like making a whole new game. So at this rate, we'd be better off just making a whole new game and selling it as either a sequel or whatever it is separately, because the first one didn't do amazing. Why would we put it under the same Steam page? Of course, it would be $100 more, but hopefully we can make enough. I mean, honestly, I don't think we're gonna do what I'm talking about, but if we were to do what I'm talking about, hopefully we would make at least that $100 back. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing's weird. I don't know. I don't think you have to pay for a listing for DLC, but I could be wrong on that. I've never done DLC on Steam. But yeah, we're getting the 7th generation fish into the fight scene 7. So if we take a look, these are the fish that we're doing here. And then we have to do the 8 fish as well. But right now we're on 7. And this is the hardest part of, well, I say hard, this is the most tedious part of the expanding of the game. For those of you who are new to the stream or project, this is a game jam game that I've been growing exponentially over the last year or so. It started as a 7-day project. It was actually a 10-day game jam, but I was 3 days late and like in starting. So I finished it on time, but I really wish that I would have had those extra 3 days for testing, because there was this really bad bug where once you leveled up to the first level, it put your health at 0. So the next time you took damage, it killed you. It was supposed to put your health at the new max health, but I made a mistake and didn't have a chance to test it because it was like due at that hour. And then that particular game jam had a rule against like updating it post jam time, which I don't know, I guess it makes sense to like not allow people to cheat that way or whatever, but I wasn't trying to cheat. I was just trying to make a version that worked, so that way if people wanted to play the version that worked, they could. If they wanted to judge the game jam version, I was gonna leave that up. In fact, it's still up. If you want to play the broken version, you can. But yeah, since I've been updating it, I've first doubled the content, and that's the version that's up right now, the most latest version. And now I'm doubling that content as well. So like I said, kind of exponential growth as far as me making the game. Not so much people playing it, but it did get a little boost when I updated it. People do enjoy it. There's not like an insane amount of people saying like, hey, you gotta play this game or whatever, but there are people that are enjoying it. It's looking good. It's good looking content too. Thanks, Electric Mindset. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Electric Mindset stream, by the way. They play a ton of indie games, a lot of horror games, a lot of games that you might not know about but are still good. Kind of indie gems, if you will. The Last Caretaker. I watched you play some of that. You've been having a lot of fun with that. It's like a survival game where you like harvest resources and craft things. I don't really know the ins and outs of it, but it looks like you've been having fun with it. But how's your Christmas party, Electric Mindset? You were right about Tingus Goose. The game is wild and awesome. Oh yeah. Yeah, Tingus Goose is nuts. Honestly, I didn't get super far into it. But after you brought it up, I definitely downloaded it again, because I think it was actually on my old phone that I had it. It was like right before I switched to my new phone that I was playing it. So I put it on my new phone. And I think there is a way you can like pay to increase how quick you get resources or something like that. I don't really remember. So that is probably different on the Steam version. It went really well, thanks dude. The food was amazing. Oh yeah, did you steal a pig leg again from the neighbors? I'm just kidding. I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad the food was good. Nah, but I had 9 beers free of charge. Well, there you go. That's actually kind of a lot, right? I mean, I know it's not a lot when you drink a lot, but like, depending on the beer, right? If it's like, you know, some luxury craft beer, that shit can get you pretty drunk. But yeah, most people are drunk after like a sixer, you know? But yeah, I remember back when I used to drink, I would drink a sixer like it was nothing. And then if it was like cheap beer, I could drink a whole 18 case to myself throughout the night. But yeah, I was kind of a heavyweight when I was drinking. I don't recommend it for people who, for anyone. I think drinking is something that we should all learn to minimize or even just stop, because it's just an expense and it doesn't make anything better. Sometimes it seems like it makes things better, but it actually doesn't. It makes things worse. And the more you do it, the worse it makes things. Some people can handle it, some people are okay with it. I am not the type to do that anymore. I'm gonna snooze the ad again. I wasn't drunk or anything. I had a great time and chatted with folks. 9 beers though, I'm sure you felt it. I think when people drink often, they've got this different idea of what drunk is. Like, I didn't black out, so I wasn't drunk, you know. I didn't throw up on myself, so I wasn't drunk. But like, to someone who like doesn't drink a lot, and granted, when you don't have a tolerance, it takes less to get you drunk. But like, feeling it changes also, right? Like, because if you're like used to feeling it, like, just feeling it isn't enough anymore, right? It's an addiction thing, or it can be. Not everyone who drinks is addicted to it, but a lot of people are. Yeah, I was definitely buzzed. I did come home and have a couple more before bed. Nah, drunk is when I get a little floaty in my movement. Well, the other thing is that like when you're, and I say you, but not you, but like anyone, when anyone's drinking, they tend to not realize that there's a difference in like themselves, like their perception, their motor skills. Like, there's a reason why they come up with like a blood alcohol level to decide what drunk is, right? And yeah, tolerance is going to make a little bit of a difference, and body weight and stuff like that. But for the most part, a couple beers is enough to make you tip, or you know, feel it, right? I don't know. Words like tipsy and feeling it and buzzed, like those are all kind of subjective, but a couple beers is enough to put you over the legal limit to drive. Let's put it that way. Your motor skills are affected after 2 beers within an hour. Or 2 ounces of alcohol, right? Yeah, I took an Uber, company pays for it, so why not? Yeah, that's awesome. I worked for a company that paid for the I think it was a Lyft they used for the Christmas party, and they wouldn't let you bring your own car. It was like a rule, and you had to sign a waiver. That was another thing they made you do. You had to sign a waiver to even go to the Christmas party. And part of the waiver was that you weren't going to drink. Like, or you weren't gonna drive, sorry. And no matter the circumstances, you weren't going to be driving a vehicle. Which I guess is smart if you're gonna like have a party. Oh, I got the cool hat, the Dixie Cup hat. Thou shall not cause issues for HR. Yeah, pretty much. No, actually, I don't think it was that intense. But I think I told you about the parties that place did. That's where I met Dennis Rodman. Someone brought like a weed pen, so I got stoned. I think I went to 3 different parties at that company. And I only won the raffle once. Because it was like a raffle where like pretty much everyone wins, except there's like a few people that don't win anything. And I was always in that group of the few people who didn't win anything. And like the last year I went, this girl who was new was like thinking about not going, and everyone talked her into going. And then she won this big fucking 50-inch TV. Dixie Cup hat is dope. Yeah, I like that one. It's one of my favorites. Oh, I'm gonna snooze the ad again. This is the last snooze though. Ad starts in 9 minutes and 48 seconds. No stopping it now. And I'll probably take a quick break during that. But yeah, how's your weekend been outside of that? I saw you were streaming yesterday. I didn't have a chance to check it out. How was your stream last night? Which reminded me that I need to watch you so I don't lose my streak. But yeah, I streamed for 20 minutes, 25 minutes of me troubleshooting, and then I was like, you know what? I'm just not gonna do this tonight. So I played with Indiana Crones, but I didn't stream it because I accidentally reset my router, which changed the IP address. Like I did like a hard restart on my router instead of like a soft reset. And because there's like a reset button, and like I just kind of like forgot what I was supposed to do with it. I was just supposed to press it, but I held it down for like 10 seconds thinking that's what I was supposed to do with it. And then yeah, so now I have a different IP address, and like the link between my Steam Deck and my computer was severed, and I had to like figure out how to do that, and I couldn't do it on the spot last night because I had only done it once before, so I completely forgot how to do it. But I fixed it today, so I should be good for Tuesday and Thursday, next Saturday, whenever we play games next. Electric Mindset says, weekend has been good. I had a great stream yesterday, but need to finish some stuff up today after I finish my lunch. Played a lot of good games like Tingus Goose. Some weird games like my wife threw out my card collection, so I bought a dump to find them all. And a really disappointing horror game called Sleep Awake before ending on The Last Caretaker. Tech can be such a pain sometimes. A simple thing can cause so much headache out of nowhere. Yeah, I didn't even realize that that had happened, like that it switched the IP address. And I was supposed to play a game on Thursday, but it was canceled, so I would have figured it out then had it not been canceled, the stream, because Indiana Crones was working late or something, working too hard or something, and canceled the stream. So I would have figured it out on Thursday, but since I didn't, like, I don't, when I play games, I usually just play it on my Steam Deck, but when I'm streaming it, I stream the Steam Deck to the computer and then stream from the computer to the internet. Lot Lizard, welcome in. How you doing? So yeah, it's behind us now. But yeah, tech issues can be a pain for sure. But I'm glad you had a fun stream, Electric Mindset. You said you got to finish some stuff today after lunch. Does that mean that you're streaming some more later? I'll have to drop in, see what you're up to. But yeah, I had a good weekend so far. I went to a game dev meetup yesterday. Had a lot of fun with that. Met some really cool people. Got some really great feedback on Retro Spaceball. A lot of people excited about how to go. It went well. It went really well. I met the like studio owner of Goldfire Studios, which is like the biggest indie studio in Oklahoma City. Well, they're the biggest studio, but they're indie. Like, there's no AAA studios here whatsoever. They started the whole group about, what did they say, like in 2010 or something like that, 2016 or something like that. So about 10 years ago or something like that. Oh, good. Yeah, I figured out I would hop in while I have lunch. I was pumped to see you were on. How was the dev meetup? Any cool stuff going on? That's great. Glad to hear it. Hey, buddy. Yeah, so it was really cool, and there is some really cool stuff. Let me see if I can find some of it to show it off from the people. One in particular that you and Indie Maniac might be interested in, but I didn't get a chance to really check it out because they were sitting on the other side of the table. But I did talk to them before a lot of people showed up. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I should just look at the card. Let's see if they're on Twitter. Huh. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I'm still not seeing it. It's so hard to find people on Twitter. Let's just search on Google. Oh, apparently it's not completely unique name that I'm looking for here. Let's try this other name that's on the card. Yeah, maybe I can find him on the Discord because I cannot find him online. But he's working on a horror game, so I kind of want to see if I can find it online. And maybe it's not online yet. Maybe that's part of the issue. Oh, I found his itch page. Sweet. Alright, yeah. So this dev, and I can drop this into chat here. I gotta get a chat window open. Or no, I guess I can drop it into this, or OBS. There we go. They did Exocraft. I'm not sure what you mean, Exocraft. Or Goldfire, are you talking about? Goldfire did Arctic Awakening recently. I'm not sure what they did previously. Happy you went, Rick. See, the world isn't so bad, LMAO. This isn't the first dev meetup I've been to. I do this a lot. Even when I was living in Phoenix, that's the way I met people. I didn't go to any in Chicago because they just seemed too corporate. Like Zynga was there and like a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, she loves stuffing her face with turkey and stuff in the company Christmas party. Nice. That's cool that I had good food there. So I think this is the game that he's working on. I will still be working on this game. Really happy with the game loop I have and so many ideas. So yeah, you can download it if you're interested. This looked like something, like I said, Electric Mindset and Indie Maniac would be interested in. Oh no, how you know so much? Oh. But yeah, the ad is about to start here, so sorry for that. In a post-apocalyptic world run by AI with no other living organisms left, you are the last surviving human. Your body has been replaced by robotic parts, and the only human part of you left is your heart, and it needs fuel. Get blood by extracting it from objects you find around the map, and avoid the other machines you may run into. With each death, you get a random upgrade. Alright, well there's the ad break. Oops, wrong response. Oh, my bad. That's great. So Brainspace is the developer who gave me their card. And I should follow them. There's a content creator, and I don't know if they have a Twitch or not. Let's see if we can find it. I don't think we'll be able to find them too easily. Oh, and I met a composer who's working for Blizzard, Meta, Microsoft, EA, and Disney. He said that they were working on World of Warcraft audio, so they're pretty big. They seem to be doing really well and can afford analog synthesizers and shit, so that's pretty cool. You like the aesthetic? Yeah, you should check it out. It seems like a game. I haven't played it, so I don't know how good it is, but it seems like a game that you might find interesting, and it's super indie. And then there was another person, this guy Nick. Now, I don't know how to find them. If I go to, how do I see who I'm following? This one, Freezy Dev. So this dev is working on something that's not up yet, which is a Godot 3D fighting game that's actually very similar to this game, which is super crazy. Oops. So it's kind of like a Budokai thing. And honestly, I don't really know what I'm doing, but it's super interesting. I think I'm getting my ass kicked. I don't know how to not get my ass kicked, but it's interesting as hell. And the Godot game that he's working on in 3D is very similar to this, but also different. I don't know how to not die. I'll figure it out eventually. But clearly they know what they're doing. I think it's a skill issue there. The lava planets are back, 2 of them. Cool, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, you bookmarked the page, it looks dope. Awesome. I think a game like this could do really well, like I said, lol. A game like the horror game or the fighting game? Oh, I should have... I closed it. I didn't put the link in chat for that one. I screwed that up. The fighting game? Alright, so here's the link for the fighting game. Like I said, they're working on something that's similar but 3D. So I can show off what they posted on X. I can't believe I just said that on Twitter. So yeah, this is the thing that they were working on in Godot. So you can see it's pretty much the same game but 3D, with obviously more to it. But yeah. Cool dev. I gave them a follow for sure. Yeah, there's a few other people there, but those are the cards that I got. One person was working on his master's thesis. He said he has a game, but it doesn't have it up on itch or anything like that. He said he'd send it to me over Discord if I'd chat with him. I just haven't gotten to that yet. Yeah, cool people. It was a cool spot too, but it was super crowded. We had trouble getting a table, and then the line was so long that like no one wanted to wait in line to get coffee or whatever. So I didn't end up ordering anything. The food was kind of expensive. They did have gluten-free options for a bakery, which is kind of cool, because it's a bakery. But it was apparently a really popular spot. There was a lot of people there. Yeah, a lot of Pretty girls with laptops. It's always good to see. Apparently it's like a bit of a hangout for college students. That's what it looked like. It was hard to find the game devs, to be honest. There was so many people there with laptops. It was hard to find the game devs, which is like a first for me. Usually at these places, like, okay, look for the backpacks, look for the laptops, look for the nerdy people. And there were nerdy backpack people everywhere at this bakery for some reason on a Saturday afternoon. Kind of cool. Seems like an expensive hangout, but like I guess you don't have to order food there, so that's cool. You just go there and chill. Of course, they probably don't want you like bringing outside food or beverages in, but you could easily. I always bring bottles of water just in case. I didn't drink out of them. But also we were like in an area with like a waitress coming by all the time. But at first we were upstairs and like you could easily get away with just like taking your water out of your bag and sipping it and putting it back in your bag and no one would have noticed, you know? But yeah, hanging out at a place like that by yourself is a little weird, and I don't know. It's also weird to go someplace like that and not spend any money, I guess. But there were definitely people there just like working on stuff, which is kind of cool. Like I said, looked like college students mostly. But yeah, the tabletop developers meetup is like an hour away this month, so I'm probably not going to that one. Unless I can get my one buddy to give me a ride, because he's going to test his game. So maybe I'll hit him up and be like, hey, if you want to pick me up, I'd go with you. Sounded like we might get a crew together to go play games at one of these barcades, which is cool. That's something that I've been trying to do since I moved in here. Because like I said earlier, it's like kind of nerve-wracking to go to those places alone for me. I don't drink, and I don't know people. I don't want to go there when it's really busy. I don't want to go there when it's completely dead. Like, you know, it's just, I don't want to pay for parking to not have a good time and like just end up going there, seeing that it's not fun and leaving. There is a Killer Queen arcade cabinet here in Oklahoma, but I guess it's not kept up very well. And it seems like there's no Killer Queen crew here, so that sucks. Always nice to hang out with like-minded people. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, before you dropped in, Electric Mindset, one of the people who I was sitting next to, wasn't a developer at all. They're just a gaming enthusiast. In fact, on their card it says they're a gaming consultant, and they were just there to get out of the house and meet gaming people. And I guess they're talking about doing more streaming, which is pretty cool. And we hit it off. So it's nice to meet people with similar interests. You could call me a gaming consultant, lol. That's why I brought it up. You totally could. You could have business cards made with your name that says gaming consultant. No, but on a more serious note, you could literally go to a game dev meetup and just say like, hey, I'm just interested in games, and people would be cool with that. In case you're ever trying to make adult friends, there you go. Game devs are friendly people. All you gotta do is play games and they like you. Yeah, we'll check out if something like that goes on in Edmonton. I am sure that it does. I'm like 100% positive that it does. Edmonton has like a pretty big game dev scene. They might try to trick you into becoming a game dev. But hey, you never know. You might find someone who wants to make your dream game. Pretty rare that something like that happens, but anything can happen. Good to know people. Devs always try and will always fail, lol. Oh, to make your dream game? Or to make friends? Don't have the drive to be a game dev. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, trying to convince you. I see what you're talking about. There's a lot of game devs that try and fail. Like, it's like at being a game dev. So like, I mean, I know what you're saying, but it is very difficult to stick it out. Queen Veronica, you want to make some games? Awesome. I recommend GB Studio. If you like Game Boy games, the limitations are like perfect. Don't get me wrong, it's hard to draw art in the limitations, but once you get over that hurdle, like the programming stuff is actually pretty easy as long as you work within the limitations. So it does take a little bit of learning about like what the Game Boy is capable of, but if you're already interested in retro games, you probably already have an idea of like what's been done on the Game Boy, and you can kind of figure out what would be easiest to start with and just start making games. Like a lot of people make visual novels and stuff like that, and that's actually becoming really popular. Yeah, actually there was a game dev at the meetup that was talking about making a visual novel. Oh, the neuroscientist guy, his game is a visual novel about addiction, and everyone was saying, oh, you should do like a addiction theme, and he's like, no, the game is you're like an addict. So yeah, he switched careers to make this game apparently. I think he said he had a Steam page, but he didn't give a title or anything like that, and didn't give me a card, so. I think he said his name was Tate, which is an interesting name. Should give it a try. Yeah, I agree, Queen Veronica. You might want to give it a whirl. A lot of people use Construct these days, a lot of beginners, but a lot of more advanced devs don't really like Construct, but it does kind of teach you the basics. It's actually pretty similar to this event-based programming. Granted, this is like actual code here, but this is like a behind the scenes of what the events are in this software. And actually, you don't even need to use this GBVM script to do what I'm doing here. It's just easier this way for me because that's how I learned. But since then, they've updated the engine to do this actual task in a more UI-friendly event. rather than scripting it like this. Because this is just tile swapping, what I'm doing here. And so reasons why you would do that is, there's a few of them. So first of all, there's like a sprite limitation for for Game Boy games in GB Studio. If you can't have more than 10 sprite tiles on a horizontal scan line, otherwise it starts sprite tearing, which is where the sprite starts to vanish. They call it tearing because it happens just on the scan line, or the tile of the scan line that has too many. So like half the sprite will be there and the other half won't sometimes. Like vertically split. Wait, what is this? Do you see what I see? This one never got changed. This is a bug. Interesting. And that's probably there on all of them. I should actually go in and fix that. So that's enemy 4 is equal to 27, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 tiles down. So that's the last fish on each one. So I probably fixed it on this one, but on that one, but I probably didn't fix it on these ones. So enemy count needs to be 4, so let's just close this down. And then we've got position 2. We wanted position 4. And then it was the last fish. And then it was... Huh. Not there. Oh, you know what? Maybe this one got fixed, but this one didn't, because the way that I have it set up. Yeah, look at that. This error is still here. Alright, so we need this to say swap tile 3. Alright. So that fixes that. And then this one doesn't need it because that's actually the correct one. But let's make this one needs to be checked too, just in case. What am I at? Populate fish, enemy count 1, enemy count 2, enemy count 3, enemy count 4. Fish 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But that one's fixed. Alright, back to where we were. Alright, backgrounds. Gen 7. Copy. Paste. Alright. Oh, because we were going backwards, that's right. I'm glad I caught that. It probably wasn't a huge visual error, but I kind of remember seeing a slight visual error and being like, well, I'm glad it doesn't look too bad, because that would be hard to find. Because it would take looking through 1,140 different scripts to find, which sucks. But yeah, this is actually a kind of an ambitious project, so if someone was just starting out, I wouldn't recommend doing something this ambitious, because if you do make a mistake, you end up having to like go back and fix it over and over again if you copy and paste the mistake. Always smart to start like super small, get something working on like a really tiny microscopic level, and then expand it incrementally. Check your errors, check your mistakes, test it, and then if you plan on expanding even more, do that last once you've made sure that everything is in place. Because once you start copying and pasting the structure, if something's wrong with the structure, that's when it gets really hard to fix it. All of these look good though. So one thing we can do to alleviate some of the possible issues is to test to see if it builds. And there is a good chance that there's something that I made a mistake on as far as copy and pasting, because this is something that's happened to me quite a bit. And it'll let you know if there's an error when you go to compile. And if you do it more often, then it's easier to find where the error is. Because if I waited until after I did fight scene 8, then I'd have to check through both of these to see where the error is. But if it builds after fight scene 7, and then I get an error after fight scene 8, then I know that the error is in fight scene 8. Unfortunately, GB Studio doesn't like pinpoint exactly where the error is, it just tells you what the error is. But it looks like it's working without a hitch, so apparently I didn't make any errors. I have been kind of more vigilant with that, considering how often it happened in the past. But yeah, one thing I've been thinking about, because I've been looking at like work and stuff, like job work, hey, it worked, is possibly doing tutoring. Probably on at like some website or something like that. I've talked to a couple different devs who have less experience than me that do this for a side job, and they enjoy it. And I like teaching. I like helping people. Granted, teaching kids constructs might be kind of difficult for me, considering I don't even know how to use construct. But I've taken a look at it and I kind of understand how it works. Yeah, it could be a lot of fun. Yeah. I mean, even if it's not like a crazy amount of fun, at least it's like a way to make some side scratch, you know? Which is something that I could use these days, considering Pyrotoad didn't sell significantly well. Alright, on to fight scene 8. So now we're replacing Gen 4 swap tiles with Gen 8 swap tiles. And it'll probably take longer than my attention span can handle. So we'll probably switch to something else halfway through. But that's okay. We've been taking this in chunks. But yeah, one of the websites was Game U, I think is what it's called, and I think both the people that I know that do this work at that company, or do it through that company. It's like an online tutoring service. But there's also like general tutors that do it. The main problem with that is that like they'll charge like 90 bucks an hour to the client, and then they'll give you like 20 of that. But 20 bucks an hour to work at home could be worse. I guess how many hours you get is kind of dependent on how well you do and how many clients there are and how many of them like the tutoring and come back and all of that stuff. But they do increase the wages based on how much, or if they came back or not. But from what I understand, from the client's point of view, a lot of these teachers are kind of low effort, low quality, and a lot of complaints in that department of feeling ripped off. So that's kind of shitty, but maybe I'll be able to make a difference for someone, you know? Or maybe if there's a lot of low quality tutors and I do high quality work, I can stand out and make more money. Looks like we got an ad, but you're not missing much. I was gonna take a break. Let's take a little break. I'll BRB for a second. See you shortly. Alright, we are back. Sorry, my mouth is full. Been munching on oatmeal. Electric Mindset said, I gotta run anyways, dude. Thank you. Do much for the awesome content while I ate my lunch. Seems your streams are a bit more of a regular time now, so I can So I'm excited to catch the next one. Cool, yeah. I mean, I try to do it regularly. It's just trying to figure out the time is difficult. I like doing early streams when I can, when I'm awake. I also like doing the later night stuff, like 9:30 or whatever my time to play games with Indiana. Granted, it's like, yeah. But I appreciate you dropping in Electric Mindset. And I hope you had a good lunch, and I hope you have a good stream. Once again, everyone should check out the Electric Mindset. They've got a fantastic stream. They play lots of games. It's like they're going to be playing games and demos. A lot of cool indies. Definitely worth checking out. So make sure you give them a follow. Drop into their stream and say hey. And yeah. So I've got this idea for, and I mentioned this earlier actually on the stream, where I want to make stream avatar characters for different viewers as like a reward. And I think the way to do it is by like followage, right? If people come in and they've been following for like, you know, a certain amount, I don't know how many months will make it, then they get a free pixel art streaming avatar character of whatever they want. That way, once I figure out how to do that, to give people custom avatars, I think that would be a good like gift, a good way to give back to viewers who have been coming back for, you know, a while, and maybe an incentive for other viewers to stick around. And hopefully people don't abuse that and just like follow and then leave for 8 months or whatever and come back and say like, oh, I've got the followage now, give me the thing, and then leave and never come back again. But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. It could be something fun to do on stream. Another little art project. They're relatively simple to make. I probably wouldn't be making all of the animations for each one, just like the walking animation, but it might be fun to try to do some of the more fun animations, like the attacks and stuff like that. We'll just have to see how it goes, because obviously that would become a lot of work if I'm doing it for a whole bunch of different people. But if I only do it for the people who are active and have like a certain level of followage, I think that would help space out the work and keep people coming back, because then I'd be like, oh, you're next on the list, but there's all these, or you're on the list now, but there's this many other people before you, so you'll have to come back to get it later, kind of thing. I don't know. I think that'd be fun. Oh, I forgot to turn back on streamer mode. Indiana Crows, let's go Rico! Why don't you check out Indiana Crones' stream? Last playing Helldivers 2. I was playing with them. My stream was technically messed up, but I figured out the issue, so that's cool. I got it. I got my Steam Deck linked back to my PC this morning, so for the next time I'll be set. Sorry about that. I had reset my router, like hard reset, and it changed the IP address, and I had to like relink the whole PC streaming thing. But it's all set up now. Took a second to figure out, but I got it. I had to watch some tutorials. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. We want 8, not 7. How you doing this morning? Well, I guess it's not morning anymore. But yeah, we've been streaming for a couple hours now. How you doing this afternoon? I was gonna get some lurks up. Give me a second here. Some of my friends are streaming. I want to make sure that I can support them the best that I can. All right. Back to these tile swaps. Got a lot done in those 2 hours. Not quite done yet, but getting closer. Alright, on to enemy count 2. Wallace Lovecraft, keep up the good work, Rick. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. So you've got some Christmas emotes going there. Very nice. Hope you're having a lovely Christmas season. Hey, we got the clown hat. Nice. We're chipping away at Demonfish Dead Ahead. I'm replacing the swap tile scenes from 4 to 8 at this point. So that way, instead of using the Generation 4 fish, we're using the Generation 8 fish. And this is actually the last generation of fish for the common fish in the game. And I believe I've already done all of the boss tile swaps. We do have like the fish names to take care of and some of the audio stuff. So we're getting close to being done with the content we've created so far for the game. I do have plans to make some adjustments, like for the different fight scenes, making different art for the different backgrounds in the fight scenes, and adding cutscenes for the boss battles and for the end of the game, and also making different music for the cutscenes. We did add a starting cutscene, so that's cool. There's like a little bit of a story going on now. It's very minimal, but it's there. But yeah, we're still going on the tedious stuff. I'll probably take a break from this and move on to something else at some point. Because it's an experience. Cosmo, how you doing? Welcome in. And thank you for gifting that sub. I really appreciate it. I'm not sure who Potter PR16 is, but hopefully they appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cosmo. It's very, very kind of you. I hope you're doing well. So kind. Happy holidays. Well, thank you, Cosmo. I appreciate that. And look at you, you're the second most gift subber of the channel. I hope you have a happy holiday too. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Yeah, Sunday's been going good. I went to a game dev meetup last night, and that was a lot of fun. How's your Sunday doing? How's it going? What have you been up to today? We're getting a lot of work done on Demon Fish. Things are moving along here. We're adding common fish to the game. Meaning like common enemies. But the enemies get harder as you progress in the game. We're also adding cutscenes and some other like backgrounds changes and stuff like that. Doing well as I'm chilling and actually got back on Final Fantasy 14 online. Oh, cool. I never played that one. I did play Final Fantasy 11, but not very long. My brother got really into Final Fantasy 11. Back on the PS2. I guess you can still play it though, like Final Fantasy 11. Like they've figured out a way to keep the game alive. There's still a community for it. But that's cool. I hope you're having fun. And yeah, everyone should check out Cosmo's stream if they haven't yet. Cosmo plays a whole lot of Osu, but also RuneScape and other things. Are you going to be streaming any of your Final Fantasy 14 adventures? I know there's a few streamers that do play the Final Fantasy online games on stream. You may do that eventually. Cool. Now I can't keep track. Are there only 11 and 14? Are those the only online Final Fantasy games, or are there more? Just slowly getting back into it. Oh, cool. Yeah, I honestly don't know much about MMORPGs. I've picked up on a few different things over the years. Oh, thank you for the sub. I've picked up on a few different things over the years, but like I haven't like your Prime sub. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Like as far as like tanks and like healers, right, and like, you know, buffs and stuff like that, but I don't know. I don't know the like inner workings of it all. I would be pretty lost if I tried to play a game like that, like raids and stuff like that. I feel like there's a lot to understand in those types of games. And you kind of need like, for me, I would need like a Wikipedia to learn or like watch tutorials on how to play it, right? I don't know, personally I always feel like if I need to like buckle down and learn the game, I might as well just buckle down and learn like a creative skill. But that's just me. I can appreciate others in getting enjoyment out of it. But yeah, that's so kind of you to gift that sub and to sub with Prime. I really appreciate that. Definitely makes my day. I'm always willing to support when I can. Well, I very much appreciate that. And I totally understand. It's not always possible to support all the time. And I can relate to that 100%. It is, it's tough out there. Once I start making some money, I'll be supporting more streamers for sure. But yeah, I hope things have been well with you and your kitty. And your apartment, right? Maybe moving to HUD housing in March, but it depends on the management if they decide to turn my apartment into a low-income one. Oh, I see. I don't know what HUD housing is, but that's kind of unfortunate though, because you just moved in not that long ago. I don't know, I guess time has been kind of flying by. What was it, like 6 months ago or something like that? But sometimes location change is good. Basically government assisted for rent. Ah, I see, I see. February of 2025. Oh wow, yeah, time does fly. So I've lived here for about a year. Right on. Yeah, I've definitely done that before, where I'll just like find a different apartment, live there for a year, find a different apartment, live there for a year. And it's not fun moving, but like sometimes it needs to happen, right? I get that. So hopefully it's a better place. Hopefully you there's things that you like about it more than your current place. Hopefully it's a smooth move if it happens. I mean, it happens, and hoping the cat doesn't kill me over it. Oh. You know, cats are pretty good about new spaces. They find novelty in it, from my experience. Cats like to explore new places, so like, I mean, don't get me wrong, they like having a home, but they can adapt pretty quickly to new spaces, from my experience. And I'm sure all cats are a little bit different. They all have personalities and stuff. But yeah, I hope it's all good. I mean, if too many moves happen, he gets a bit off on mood. So I do have to be careful with him. Ah, okay. Sounds like you know your cat pretty well. That's pretty awesome. How's the kitty been? Pretty good? I miss having cats. I've thought about getting another one, but I don't know. And right now I don't think I could afford the added expense of it. As fun as it would be to have a pet. He's been affectionate to no limit, so I just let him do what he can at 7 years old. Oh wow, 7 years, yeah. Getting up there. You know, I had a cat that lived to be 20 years old, I think. It's either 19 or 20. Maybe it was only 19. Either way, that's a long time. Cats can live for a long time. It's kind of lucky though. But also, the cat had some type of mental disability. I can't remember. It was like some type of dysplasia or something like that. And yeah, something about how its brain connected with its legs didn't work 100%. And it was like really bad at jumping, and like it ran and walked funny, and it managed. It did a really great job. It acted a lot like a human by the end. Like it didn't act very cat-like, because a lot of the things that like the cat instinct would tell it to do, it couldn't do. So it would have to just like watch what we were doing and react to the world the way we did. It was kind of strange, but such a sweetheart. I had a dream one time after my kitty died that she brought me a sandwich in my sleep, like while I was dreaming. Like she came up with a sandwich in her mouth to give to me. It was the cutest thing. Had him since 6 months and he acts like he's 3, so he's got a lot of zip. Well, that's cool that he's active. I feel like being active is like a healthy thing for cats, right? Because sometimes you see the cats that get lethargic or they get depressed and gain a lot of weight. Sometimes they get diabetes. Like there's a lot of issues that can happen with cats. One of my mom's cats was super big. It had this thing where it would just like steal its mom's food, like ever since it was like a kitten. And the mom would always just like let it have the food. Excuse me, I'm gonna drink some water here. Excuse me. But yeah, they lived together for years and years, and not sure how old the mom was when we finally had to put her down, but she was deaf in both ears. She was starting to get cataracts and like pretty old, but she was just skin and bones because this other cat would steal her food, and we would have to like separate them while we fed them. And yeah, it was a weird kind of domination thing going on there. And when the mom cat died, the bigger cat, which, you know, had been overeating already, started overeating even more, and would just like sleep with its face in the bowl, and would just constantly be eating. And excuse me. Eventually it developed diabetes. It lost a whole bunch of weight like crazy fast, and we're like, hey vet, like what's up with this? The cat just lost like more pounds than normal cat weighs. And they're like, oh yeah, that's diabetes. And so or it's like early onset of diabetes or something like that. So they prescribed insulin, and we actually gave them like the smallest prescribed amount available of insulin and cut them off of dry food completely, and like only gave them wet food on a strict schedule, and it turned their diabetes around completely. Oh, we got Ed. And then you know, maintained a healthy weight, energy came back, depression went away, everything was just so much better once we fixed their diet. It did cost more to buy, it was like it had to be pate, like fancy feast, but she loved it, you know, and she bounced back. As far as I know, she's still doing good. She's a black cat, just like Shadow. Yes, as it keeps his hunter mode intact, and it's cute. Yeah, and that's something that that Lulu did. Once she like bounced back, she started going into like, you know, hunter mode at night and started zipping around the house and like attack things that weren't there and like make toys out of things and just like have fun and play with toys and stuff, which is like she never did because she was always overweight and overeating her whole life. But yeah, she adapted really well to that new diet, and we eventually we didn't even have to, we never had to increase the dose of the insulin, and then eventually we took her off the insulin because the vet said like, oh, she doesn't need the insulin anymore. Which is good because it's never easy to give a cat a shot. Although honestly, it wasn't really that bad. Like, I was nervous about having to do it, but like the vet was like, oh, it doesn't hurt the cat, it just scares them that you have to like hold them in place. And then yeah, we would hold her in place, and that scared her a little bit, but she wouldn't even like, it was like the needle is so small, and you did it like behind her neck, and she couldn't even feel it. Apparently there's like not a whole lot of nerves back there. I'm sure she felt something, but it wasn't like enough to make her yelp or anything like that. So, but her mom, on the other hand, we had to give medicine every day. I think it was twice a day, like oral stuff that she just hated. She'd always spit it out, and then she would just throw it up later, and it was like kidney medication, so it was like really important that she got it, and it was just, like, it was sad watching her go, because, you know, an old cat, you just want them to be happy, but when they gotta take medicine all the time, the medicine tastes bad, and they don't want to do it, they know it's coming every day, like, it felt a little torturous, I'm sure. But that's what it took to keep her around as long as we did, and then at one point it was time to let her go, sadly. Yeah, she didn't make it quite as long as my other cat, Grace. That one was, I'm trying to remember what her name was. My mom always called her Mama because it was the mama cat, but she definitely had a name. Oh, Faith. Yeah, Grace and Faith. So Faith didn't live as long, but she spent a lot of her life as a farm cat, which will take years off a cat's life for sure. But yeah, Grace was born as a farm cat, and then we scooped her up when she was still super young. I think the mom died, but we were feeding her out of a little bottle. In fact, I don't even think her eyes were open yet when we got Grace. But yeah, we could tell something was off pretty soon after she opened her eyes, because we had 2 other cats from the same litter, and they were both acting very cat-like, and Grace was not. For instance, we had like a bowl of milk, and I don't know, we hadn't done a whole lot of research. The internet wasn't readily available back then. This was like 91 or 92 or something like that. And my mom had like a bowl of milk for the kittens because she thought that's what kittens should eat. And apparently, I don't think that's very good for cats, but I could be wrong. Anyways, Grace decided to bathe in the bowl of milk while the other cats were just like licking it up like normal. She's like, I'm going in. And it was pretty cute. We got pictures of it. But yeah, she had trouble with stairs at first. Eventually she got it. She, like I said, she had trouble jumping. She would hit her head on the bottom of the table trying to jump onto the chairs. She did so much. And like, looking back, maybe we should have like padded the bottom of the table or something like that to prevent this. But she had like, she had clearly like chipped her skull eventually, like, cause there was this like little bump there and it just got worse. But like, when you like keep hitting your head in the same spot, like the bone grows there. So there was this like, this nodule on the top of her head where she would kept hitting it by jumping in the same spot. Kind of sad, really. Like, I don't think anyone was really thinking about it, but we could have gotten some like foam and just like taped it underneath, and that would have prevented that from getting worse, but no one thought about that. But yeah, one time she like tried to jump on my lap and she landed on my head. That was a common story we told. Another time we were having like Thanksgiving dinner and she was like really excited about the turkey and she jumped straight over the table. She was trying to get on the table. She went right over the table. Like right in front of everybody. Like as we're sitting down to eat. Table's covered in food and she just went woo over the entire table. Which is probably a good thing because she would have landed in the food. There was so much food on the table. She was actually really good at catching shrews. If you don't know what a shrew is, it's like a vole or like a mole or like a mouse, outside mouse that digs holes. I don't know. It's a rodent. Anyways, we had shrews in the backyard, but like you never saw the damn things. But somehow she would catch them. The other cats couldn't figure it out. She was the only one that could catch shrews. And she would, we had a pretty big backyard, she would book it from one end of the yard to the other. But like I said, she wasn't like, she didn't walk like a cat walked. So when she ran, she looked like one of those like cartoon characters where the legs are going in big circles. Yeah, that's what she looked like. But she loved to run. When she, like, she would be really chill and then all of a sudden she's like, what's that? I'm gonna go run. And then she would run over there and get it. And sometimes it'd be a shrew. I still don't know how she did it. Yeah, but she was the sweetest cat. when I was little, I would hold her like a baby and put her arm around my neck, and she just like learned that was like how she liked to be held, you know, and that's how she did it for her whole life. She would put her arm around your neck and just like kind of like hold herself up on your neck, and she liked it. But yeah, Grace wasn't actually the name I gave her. I called her Tabby. Well, actually, first it was Furry, but we also, because like I said, we had 3 cats. There was my brother's cat, which was a calico, like a speckled calico, and he named her Marble because he thought it was like a marble textured fur coat, and then the other one I named Fuzzy. And then for Grace, I named Furry, but because Grace had like little splotches of tan, and white paws and white chin, but she was mostly black. And then Fuzzy was all black with white paws and white chin. So the only difference was these little orange splotches on Grace. And because Furry and Fuzzy were too similar, my mom was like, nope, can't have that. You gotta come up with a new name for one of them. So I was looking at a can of apple juice that had like a little pull tab on it. I was like, how about Tabby? Not even understanding what a tabby cat was. So I named her Tabby, but my mom thought it was cute to name her Grace because she wasn't graceful. So her full name was Tabby Furry Grace, but that didn't stick. Grace stuck. But then my mom kind of got on a religious kick after she was diagnosed with cancer, so I think that's where Faith came from. And I think in her head she thought it was kind of like a continuation of the Grace name kind of thing, Grace and Faith kind of thing. They never met, I don't think, but yeah. And Marble unfortunately got out, and we lived on a busy street. She unfortunately got squished. Pretty sad. My brother was really upset. My mom said, we'll get you a new cat. And then we got Butterscotch, which was an orange cat. And then Butterscotch was a male and had a pissing issue, just kept pissing. We had to rip out the carpet, put down tile, and it just kept pissing. And we couldn't stop it. So we had to give it away and found a new owner for it. And hopefully it didn't piss at the new house, or I don't know, honestly. But before we gave it away, it had developed the nickname Butthead because we would get so upset that it pissed everywhere. You little butthead. And Butterscotch, Butthead, so the name just stuck, Butthead. And also, I was a big fan of Beavis and Butthead. Hey Weslow, how you doing? Thanks for checking in, hope you're doing well. Nice seasonal emote there, I like that. Everyone should check out Weslow, they've got a fantastic stream. Last playing Dead by Daylight, cool. Yeah, good to see you, Weslow. Thanks for dropping in. What's your day been like? We're working on Demonfish Dead Ahead. Just kind of chipping away at some of the more tedious aspects of the game development here. You just woke up. Oh, okay. I'm actually on a normal sleep schedule for once, believe it or not. We'll see how long it lasts. Usually it lasts about a week for me. And then I start going down the path of being flipped. Went to bed at 10 a.m., woke up at 3:30. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. It's been like that for me most of my life, where like the sleep is just kind of erratic. I always get enough hours, but yeah. So usually what happens for me is that I end up staying up about 17 to 18 hours before getting sleepy. And it's hard for me to sleep unless I'm actually sleepy. Like some people can just like force themselves to sleep. I can't do that. I usually have to be like exhausted before I can actually fall asleep. Otherwise I'll just lay there thinking about stuff. And I always feel like I'm wasting time if I'm just laying there thinking about stuff, not being able to sleep. So I usually get up and do something until I'm actually asleep, or until I'm actually tired, and then I'll just sleep until I'm, ready to get up. So sometimes if I stay up for like 20 hours to try to fix my schedule, then I'll sleep for like 12 hours. So I have to like factor that in. It's like a math equation. I was up all night crocheting a cardigan for my boyfriend for Xmas. Oh, that's cool. Well, I hope he likes it. That's awesome you do crocheting. When I was in like high school, or actually probably more like late junior high, late 8th grade, I started to learn how to crochet, but I didn't get very far with it. I was really not very good with it. But I see a lot of fiber art stuff, like just, being a crafty, creative person, and like there's such cool stuff coming out in that space. Like, I don't know what you call them, but like little plushies made out of crochet. Like that stuff is so cool. I would love to do like little characters, like crochet characters. Fiber arts is your main art form. That's really cool. What other kind of fiber arts do you do? I wanted to get into cross stitching as well, but I feel like it's just like a whole nother expense that I'm just like not ready to like get into. Also, like my hands have always been kind of creaky. I used to do wire wrapped jewelry, but yeah, again, my hands are kind of creaky for something like that. But I really enjoyed doing it. I used to actually sell my jewelry and make decent money that way too. I'm about to do a merch drop too. In like 2 weeks, I'm gonna have plushies I've crocheted in my shop. Oh, cool! Are you doing like bats for your merch? Like bat plushies? That's really cool idea. But also, that sounds like a lot of work. I hope that you charge a good amount for them. Some, but I'm also kind of known for gay clown possums. Nice, nice. I don't know if I've seen the gay clown possum. I'll send a pic. Oh, cool. Oh, that's so cool. Can I share that on stream? That looks really awesome. I love the texture of it. Like when I think of crochet, I always think of like really kind of loose crochet. You probably know what I mean, but like the face on this one is like really tight and it looks awesome. It's got like a really cool texture. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so this is what Wes just sent me. So take a look at that. It's so cute. And like the craftsmanship that goes into like the shape of all of this, like that shape is so possum. And like the conical shape of the hat, and like even like the frill, like that's gotta take a lot of like knowledge and understanding of it. And there's almost like a spiral on the tail that looks so cool. And yeah, look how like tight and uniform all of these I don't know if you call them stitches or just crochets or whatever you call them, how uniform each little knot is. It looks fantastic. And these are different ones too. You can tell the nose and the colors. Those look great. Thank you so much for sharing this. It's really, I would say inspirational, but I know I could never do anything as good as this. Like I had trouble just getting things to be consistent. Like, and I was just making like a row and I gave up because it was so inconsistent. Thank you so much for sharing that. Stitches works. I've done most of the main popular pride crafts. Oh yeah, the colors. Very cool. You just don't have good picks. Ah. Well, that's a shame. But yeah, I hope you charge a decent amount for craftsmanship like that, because that is it's not easy, especially to be so consistent with that. I'm sure it took a ton of practice and probably takes a bunch of time. How long would you say it takes to make an animal like that? Or another possum? The possums take 5 to 8 hours. Wow, that's actually quick. I'm thinking though, like if I were to try to do that, it would take me like, I don't even know how many hours. It would take weeks for me just to figure it out. I imagine once you kind of have like a pipeline kind of like hammered down, like it'd be a little bit easier, but like even then, like that's still sheer like work, like actually doing all of those stitches and getting everything perfect. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah, I think if I was gonna get into fiber arts again, I would probably do cross stitching because it's so like akin to pixel art. I would probably go down that road, and it's a little bit cheaper, I feel like, than some of the other stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like framing it would get kind of expensive, but you don't have to frame the stuff, you know. Also, I have been a framer before, so I would know how to actually do it myself if I wanted to. Granted, you kind of need machines to make nice frames and stuff like that, but I used to go to garage sales and repurpose frames, although real framers kind of look down on that, I realized. But if you're just doing it for your own house or whatever, like, and you like the frame, like, why not? Of course you'd have to like make the piece fit the frame, which is like a whole nother thing, but like, you know, you're an artist and a framer, like, you can figure it out. Like, if I hold a possum by the tail, it's about the length of a 2-liter soda bottle. Framing is expensive. Yeah, framing is expensive, and it's crazy because like it doesn't have to be, but like the reason why it is because like the owners of the frame shops, they make like 90% profit. Don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of overhead to having like a successful frame shop. And that's why a lot of like the big box places, they kind of do a shit job framing because they don't do good training, they don't have the best equipment, and they just don't care. They care more about the profit than the actual like frame job. Where like the mom and pop places, they'll do a way better job framing, but they end up charging, you know, maybe a little bit more. And I say only a little bit more because a lot of the big box places overcharge. The big box places being like Hobby Lobby and what is the other one? Aaron Brothers. But like, here's the difference, right? So I went into an Aaron Brothers, like with an application to be a framer, and by the time I was leaving the interview, they thought that they had a new manager. They thought that I was going to be the new manager, and that was like a huge red flag for me. So I like didn't go with that job, because I like barely knew anything about framing at that point, and they wanted me to be the manager. And the interview was in like a it looked like a broom closet. It was a tiny little, it was like the interviewer was sitting on a bucket that he had turned around. He flipped over a bucket and sat down on it. Like that was how he performed the interview, and told me that I was going to be the manager. That was Aaron Brothers. But then I went to I ended up going to Paradise Picture Frames in Paradise Valley in near Phoenix there. Paradise Valley is like between Scottsdale and Phoenix. It's kind of a weird little thing. And I went there for a matte cutting position, which I had never done matte cutting before, but I was like, you know, I could figure it out. Like, I know vectors and 3D modeling and stuff, like how different could it be? And yeah, I could have figured it out, but they had someone else that had experience that took the position, and they were like, well, we need another sales associate, so if you want to do that, we can see if that'll work. You know, you know, because you need some like understanding of picture framing before they allow you to have that job. Unless you have an art degree, then they kind of consider that to be like groundwork, because you've probably done some matte cutting, which I had. Of course, I was doing it by hand, which is something that some of the mom and pop places still do, depending on how much, like, how many clients they have. But most of them have like an automatic cutter, but those things are so expensive. They're like thousands of dollars, you know? But yeah, the place that I was going to, they had this like German Gunnar matte cutter that used like vacuums to like suck the mat to the thing and cut it, and like it's like a CNC machine but with a matte cutting blade. And so yeah, I would have been kind of over my head had I actually got the matte cutting job there. But I ended up going through this whole training process and stuff, and they ended up firing me because they didn't like my hair. Right? I guess they didn't fire me. I just didn't get past the probationary period. Like when you start, they're like, okay, we'll train you for a couple months on a probationary period, and then we'll decide whether we're going to hire you or not. and they decided not to hire me because customers complained about my long dreadlocks. But I put them in a ponytail, and I wore like collared shirts, and I was learning the stuff. So I went from there to a sports framing place that did like autographed sports memorabilia, and it was the exact opposite. It was like teaching you what not to do, but that's what they did anyway. It was a lot like the big box places where they just like spit it out. They just do it real quick. But this was on a massive scale. We would do thousands a day, and it would be a lot of the same things. You know, sometimes it would be like, oh, 15 of this, 20 of that, 30 of this, and then other times it would be like 250 of these, you know, like, and then it would be over the course of a month, we'd do like 1,000 of one piece, but it would be about 1,000 a day that would get spit out of different random pieces. And yeah, some of the stuff was worth money, but then we were upselling it, right? So we would have like Stan Lee autographs. We had a fuck ton of Stan Lee autographs, and we would put like a little Marvel logo on the mat, and maybe like peel, because we would use a laser to cut through half the mat in like the form of some text or something like that, and peel off the text. And that was actually ended up being my specialty there, was running the laser, which I felt was, you know, it fit my background being like a vector, like I wouldn't call myself a vector artist, but I have been. I've done multiple like contract work things for vector art. 3D modeling is very similar to vector art. In school we did a lot of vector art, you know, like I know my way around some vectors, you know, and now I very much do because of that laser job that I had for a couple of years. But yeah, we had like the biggest laser that they make. It was so cool. It was like, it had to be like a $70,000 laser, and constantly we had that thing going. And we had a second one that was just running plates constantly. Because like you do these anodized aluminum plates where they like put text on there, and then they put that into a window on the mat. And yeah, it was a learning experience. But man, I ended up quitting. Actually, no, they fired me because I was asking to use all of my paid time off, and they were like, well, how much do you want to use? I was like, let me use as much as you'll let me, you know, like I've got too much, I need to use it. And that like signaled a red flag for them. They thought I was going to use all my PTO and quit, because that's what the oh shit, I hit Control B instead of Control V. That's what the assistant manager had just done, and they thought that I was like taking a cue from them and that I had found a different job, when I hadn't. I didn't have anything lined up. I just wanted to like work on my game and like contract work, which I had been doing the whole time. But mostly I just wanted to work on my game. I didn't have like a real job lined up. So they fired me, and then I got unemployment, because when they interviewed me for the unemployment, I was like, yeah, they said that they fired me for insubordination, but it was the exact same day that I went to ask for my paid time off, and they wouldn't give it to me. And then they fired me for insubordination. They just made it up, and they didn't fight that. So I ended up getting the what is that called? I just said it. The unemployment. And it was crazy. I was making more being unemployed than I was working there. It didn't make any sense. I mean, or it was close. Maybe it wasn't as much, because I was getting like 401k and like benefits and all that stuff. But as far as like money in my pocket goes, it was like about the same for like 6 months too. But that was like during the COVID stuff, so there's all these stipends and stuff like that. But after that 6 months, I ended up like finding a client that gave me steady work for like the next 5 years or something, 4 or 5 years. So that's actually the last job I really had. But we do have an ad break here. I'm gonna sip on my tea for a second here. Alright, we should be about coming back from the ad break. That's pretty cool. Alright, back to these swap tiles. So yeah, I am referencing a different background scene. So we're going from this Gen 4 swap tiles to this Gen 8 swap tiles. And since the images are in the same spot, and we only need 9 of them for each of them, the only thing I need to change is the reference. So it helps a little bit, but there's like 1440 for each fight, for each generation of fish. Generation's probably not the best term for that, but that's what I wrote. So we doubled the amount of fish in the game, and so there's 4 more different fight scenes and 1440 copy pastes for each fight scene. So 4 times 1440, and we're actually almost done. We're getting close to the end. So it's been a lot of this tedious copy pasting stuff, but it's been helpful to do it on stream. Gives me something to do while I do it, right? So I'm not just like bashing my head against the computer here. That way I can chat it up a bit. But yeah, we're chipping away at it pretty good now. We're on the last fight scene. the last generation of fish. And honestly, like, it is tedious, but it's not difficult. Debugging it is kind of difficult if I make a mistake, but not the end of the world. And the way that I've set this game's development up is actually pretty cool, because then I can just like add these fish to it without any huge changes in the code. I'm just literally referencing a different variable just over and over again. And then once we do this, I'm adding cutscenes to the game. And these fight scenes are gonna have different backgrounds. And we're gonna add music for the different cutscenes. And I think I'm gonna change this boss to give it a crown for the final boss, so that way for the story you give the crown to the true lord, which if we look at the art, this is the true lord. Hey, you're finally awake. I am the lord of this realm. Collect fish for strength and overcome the imposters. So this text actually scrolls using the parallax like functionality of GB Studio, and I'm kind of harnessing that power to get an animated scrolling effect for the text. But yeah, I put the crown on the boss there, and then we could just use that same crown for this. I should probably save this actually, and save this. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at, and then the game is actually nearly done. However, I need to cut a demo, make a Steam page, and all that stuff, and then probably just do testing, like beta testing, for about a year, and just kind of develop a wish list. Develop wish list, and then hopefully release it once it's got enough wish lists. Because I don't want to make the same mistake we made with Pyro Toad, where we made the Steam page and then a couple months later we put out the demo, we did Next Fest, and then we released it, which we actually got like over 300 wish lists before we released it, which is not bad considering it was only up for a month, but doesn't really help it as far as game sales go, considering Steam wants you to have like 7,000 wish lists. 300 is kind of a drop in the bucket. So if we would have kept the page up for about a year or so before launching it, and just like marketed it for a year, that probably would have helped the game out a lot more. Maybe even do some advertisements and stuff like that. But you live and you learn, and maybe for this game I'll have a better reception. Because Pyro Toad, like, people are enjoying it, but not a lot of people are buying it, unfortunately. The demo did really good, like really good on Newgrounds, but there's not a whole lot of conversion because a lot of people on Newgrounds are just looking for free games. And the demo is actually pretty substantial. It's like a third of the game. So maybe that was too much because people are getting their fix from the demo, which is kind of cool that people are like enjoying the demo that much. We're nearly at 10,000 views for the demo on Newgrounds. However, the demo downloads on Steam have been significantly smaller, and the sales reflect that, which is sad, but could be worse. Like I said, the people who are playing it are enjoying it. Not really a good genre match for Steam. I'm not sure if a classic JRPG is a good genre match for Steam either, but this is what I've been making. And I've been enjoying it, people have been enjoying it. So I figure might as well get this out before I start working on either something else or sinking into Retro Spaceball again. Although the response for Retro Spaceball is a lot stronger than any of my other games. Unfortunately, there's like a lot more tech debt and like just like general hardness when it comes to developing Retro Spaceball. A lot of the difficult work in the game design is done, but there are some pressing game design questions that I'm asking myself still, and the tech debt is like a huge issue. Knowing what to cut is kind of an issue at the moment, but I've kind of worked out a way to just keep moving forward without spending too much thought on like cutting some of the things that I've done that are unfinished and presenting the game in a way that kind of hides the unfinished stuff but shows you what's finished, at least for the demo. And I think that will help to have that up, kind of just like really get back into the swing of things. I really like making Game Boy games, so I don't think I'll stop doing that. And I'll probably I've grown accustomed to having multiple projects going at the same time, so I probably won't stop doing that either. I really kind of like having the ability to switch. But yeah, I do think it would be nice to get like back into Retro Spaceball, which I'm actually planning to rebrand as Blast Orb. I feel like the name, you know, sounds better, feels better, makes more sense. When I first started Retro Spaceball, it was literally going to be a retro game in the most literal sense of the word. Retro actually means something that's made to look classic. However, the gaming community has kind of adopted its own like definition of the word, so now that it means actually classic. You're a retro gamer, you play classic games. Homebrew, on the other hand, is like new indie games that work on classic systems. So new indie games that are retro. So like retro indie. It's a little confusing. But when I first started working on Retro Spaceball, the term retro was just starting to become universally known as classic. And I didn't think it was going to be as universally known as it is. I figured some people would know what retro was, like by its actual definition, but that's no longer the case. And the game is less and less retro, because as I started working on it and learning cool new features and just adding to the game, it started to incorporate a lot more like new styles and like things that you didn't see in actual retro games. There's no limited palette. There's fake lighting effects with transparencies, and the physics are not something you can get with Homebrew, at least not in the same level of physicality. And it's a very physics-based game. And then Spaceball, as much fun as it's been to use the term that's widely recognized as a movie, it hasn't really helped the game a whole lot. I mean, a little bit. People are like, oh, Spaceballs, the game, you know, like, and just kind of joke around about it. It really has nothing to do with Spaceballs, which was a spoof on Star Wars, for those of you who don't know. Yeah, a lot of people were just like, what's a spaceball? So, what's a blast orb? I feel like makes a lot more sense. The orb that you blast with a blaster. You blast orb. But also it kind of is like a bastard, a blast orb, right? So it's got that kind of joke to it. It's one word, a made up word. It would probably have decent SEO. And it describes the game. You're shooting a ball. You can figure out what blasting is and what an orb is. Put it together, blast orb, shoot the ball. Which is the core mechanic of the game. Shoot the ball to the top of the level. But yeah, there's some optimization issues that need to be handled, and just some general design philosophies that need to be nailed down as far as like how to present the levels to the player and that kind of stuff. Basically, I spent like a whole year working on this overworld that has all of this like different stuff going on with it. And I'm asking myself, should I just cut all of that, or should I minimize that, or should I, you know, get rid of parts of it and keep other parts, or get rid of it all completely? So the workaround that I've been working on and haven't actually uploaded yet is making what I've been calling an arcade mode, where it's just the levels, no overworld, no cutscenes, no story, just straight to the gameplay, which was the original concept. Whoop, welcome back in, Indiana Crones. I'm glad to see you. I'm just talking to myself about Retro Spaceball at the moment. A lot of people have been excited for Retro Spaceball. I don't know if you've played that one, Indiana. Retro Spaceball, the demo is on itch. It's like a shoot 'em up pinball game. I've spent over 7 years working on it, but it's been very much on the back burner these last few years. I haven't yet. One of these days I'll have to give it a whirl and let me know what you think. I know Garden knows about it. Garden is excited for it. And honestly, a lot of the people that play it are pretty excited for it. Oh, excuse me. But as I mentioned earlier, the tech debt and some of the design choices that need to be pinned down have been kind of slowing the development for me. And then I've been, I've been dealing with life stuff, as you know. So I've just been kind of like working on whatever comes easiest for me, whatever's the most fun for me. And it actually started when I was working on Little Screamies, that I was like so knee deep in other people's code and fixing other people's bugs in a completely different architecture than what I was used to with Retro Spaceball, that I found it extremely difficult to work on Retro Spaceball and Little Screamies at the same time. It was like I had to like unscrew one head and put on another head, and it was just such a difficult process for me. that I ended up like stopping working on Retro Spaceball. But then I started to feel like I needed something else that wasn't Little Screamies. And that's when I found GB Studio. And it's so different. Like the architecture and stuff is so different that it actually like felt good to work on something that you didn't need code for. You know, the art style was completely a new distraction for me. And I got really into it because I really enjoy it. And I don't think I'm gonna stop, but I do need to get back into Retro Spaceball. Because like I said, a lot of people are really excited for it. And if I'm gonna have a successful game, that one seems to be the most likely to be successful. And it's got 600 wish lists, which isn't like a crazy amount or anything like that, but it's almost double what Pyrotoad has. Granted, Pyrotoad's only had a page up for a couple months. Oh, we made it to enemy count 4. We're getting places here. I don't know how much longer I can do this before my brain gives out. But yeah, there is a link for Retro Spaceball in case anyone is interested in checking it out. Of course, that's the Steam link. But if you wanted to play the demo, you can find it on my itch page, so there's the link for that. But yeah, people were playing it yesterday, and they were enjoying it. I did get some feedback, but it was people who were enjoying it were trying to make the game better, which is always nice. That is always helpful. Yeah, absolutely. And it was kind of a motivator too, right? Because like watching other people enjoy the game and see it for the first time, it kind of like, you know, reminds you why it's worth it. And when you're like, you know, debugging and like you've got like an infinite Trello list and like there's just so much work that needs to go into it, it can be really hard to like remember what like new players are like with it. At this point, it's getting hard to find new players because I've been working on it for so long. A lot of the people that I know that test my games and stuff, they already have tested it and told me what they think about it, etc. And I haven't really updated it in a while, so it's really hard to get people excited about playing it when they've already checked it out and it hasn't been updated. I'm a new player. Well, you will be when you play it. I mean, unless you're playing it right now. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to hear any feedback that you might have on that. We got another ad coming up in about 5 minutes. Can't snooze it. A lot of snoozes. But yeah, I'm excited to check out those lava planets that are on Helldivers. Hopefully by the time that I check it out, they won't be done already, like the first one. But there's 2 of them now, so... Kind of a weird way to funnel players. I guess like limited stuff is pretty common for AAA games. It'll be nice to have this behind me. It's been kind of weighing me down. Like, just thinking about it, like knowing that I'll have to do this has been one of the biggest struggles of this update. Because it's so tedious, and I knew it was gonna be. Now we're nearly done with the tedious part. We can get back to the fun stuff. Looks like the ad is gonna start in about 30 seconds. Just a heads up. I cannot snooze it. There's the ad. Sounds like we're about back from the ads. I gotta close some of these, otherwise things get too slow. Also, I'm double checking to make sure that this is correct and that there's no extra T's. But yeah, with each one that I close, it gets a little bit faster. I wonder why it was getting slow. There's a lot of these open. Usually I'm pretty good about closing them behind me. I was in a flow. So I could just like close these ones, but like I said, I'm actually looking to make sure that I haven't made any mistakes. Considering that I made so many before. Although I did pretty good on the last one. But I was also double checking, so... Yeah, I must have been in a pretty good flow, because all of those were open. Oh, these are open too, look at that. I don't think I missed any. I must have just closed some and not others. Alright. Oh, there's more that are open. And no wonder why I was getting so slow. Alright, that's all of them. Well, not all of them, but that's all the ones that were open. Did all these, right? Nine times 4, 9 times 8, 9 times 12. Okay, because these are all done. Can't close that one yet. I really powered through these. Alright, enemy count 1, enemy count 2, enemy count 3, I can close. Enemy count 4, position 1, position 2, 3. I think. Oh no. I'm not sure where I was at now. That one's done. That one's done. That one's done. I think. Weird that one of them was open. Alright. Alright, that's where we left off. Alright, so 9 times 4 times 3. Let's do the math here. 9 times 4 times 3. So only 108 more. Which is a very tiny amount compared to how many I've been doing. Yeah, if it's getting to the point where it's a little bit mind-numbing. But I really do want to be done with this part of the development. Excuse me. The yawns. One of these days, we'll get there. Feels like it's never ending at the moment, but we're getting closer with each click. Every single click, we're getting closer. 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 One day we'll get there. It'll be glorious. We'll build it, and it will build smoothly, with no errors. Then we can see the new fish. It'll be so worth it. Eventually, get a new build up. People will play it. And they might even get all the way to the end and say, what a great game. With all of those fish. People will play and be like, I don't feel like I needed there to be any more fish. With the amount of fish that are in this game, there is just the right amount of fish. No one could ask for any more fish. Any more fish would be too many fish. The developer made such a great decision to add more fish. No one's gonna be like, there was too many fish. Too much content, couldn't see the end. We're gonna get there. This is when I start making mistakes because I'm I'm losing focus. My ADD starting to kick in. I'm doing pretty good though for I've been doing the same thing the entire 4 hours and 20 minutes of stream. For those of you who have stuck with it, I salute you. I should make a time lapse of the development of this game. And it's just gonna be a lot of this for like a while at the end. Or maybe I should just speed this one up like a lot more for this part. Make it a dynamically scaled time lapse. And just write on the screen times 370 or whatever number I come up with to make it happen quick. I think I will make a time lapse of this though. I mean, I've recorded it all. It's all on YouTube. Got another ad coming up in 5 minutes. I made a time lapse of a lot of the Retro Spaceball development, and it actually did pretty well. At least on Twitter. I should post it to like TikTok and shit. Make it even smaller. The problem is that it actually makes you sick when it goes that fast. If you try to watch it, it's like, okay, that's just a bunch of flashing colors. Trying to make sense of it is like, uh-oh, what am I even looking at? Alright, only a few more left. Do something. 4, 6. 9 times 6, was that 72? No, 54. Three. $52. One. $50. 49. 48. 'Watch, my math will be off at the end. 47. 6. 5. 44. 43. 42. 41. 40. 39. 38. 37. 6. 35. 34. 33. 31. 30. 28. Seven. Wait, am I off? Did I lose track? I feel like 27 should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 3 times 9 left. There's 27, right? I've lost track. Oops, that's the wrong one. Make that mistake. But yeah, clearly I'm gonna just power through and do this. I don't know if I'm gonna feel up for making the cutscenes and stuff after this. My brain is feeling jello. Welcome back from the ads. Got 18 left. $17. $16. $15. $14. $13. $12. $11. Getting excited. $10. $9. $8. $7. $6. 5. Reminds me of when I was a kid. I used to get excited about New Year's Eve. 4. 3. 2. Like my heart is literally jumping. 1. Oh, I don't even care about New Year's Eve anymore. Yeah, I'm the same way. But the countdown when I was a kid used to make me get excited, like, and I couldn't, it was like uncontrollable excitement, like, oh my god, the numbers are getting smaller. 0! No one ever counted to 0. Happy New Year! Happy done with that! Finally, holy shit, that was a lot of copy pasting and stuff. Alright, now to see if it actually compiles. And my hand is all creaky from mousing. Oh, I need a stretch. Stand and stretch here. Oh yeah. My ass was getting numb. That was lame, and I'm sorry for making everyone watch me do that for however many days it took me to do it. Things will be more exciting from here on out. For at least a while. Hey, it compiled! Even more exciting. Let's play the game. Alright. Hitting buttons. We are going to do a options. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna choose world number 4. The boss dead? No. Boss enabled? Sure. Choose the level? Yes. What level? The highest level. Alright, moment of truth. Uh-oh. Got a jellyfish. And if we look, that's a Gen 7 fish. Its health is messed up. How much health do you think it actually has? The death sound. There's a lot of dead ends in this level. I attacked the second one. Oh, they're both gonna die because they have no life. I don't think all of these are supposed to be dead ends. I think I might have made a mistake in the level making here. Well, the fish are in. That's what we were working on, was getting the fish in. So they are, in fact, in. They just have no life. Just like me. I love it. So what's down here? Another dead end. Sure is easy when they have 0 health. More dead ends. Uh-oh. That one's got a little issue there. It looks kind of cool though. It looks like a variation of the same fish, but it's got a blob nose. You see that? It's funny that it like works, but it ain't supposed to. So there's a bug there. That was for scene 7. Right? Yeah, scene 7. 2 counts. You'll have to excuse the glitching audio. Alright, so enemy count 1. So we got enemy count 2. And then position 1. Position 2. Fish type is the 3rd one. So this is the 1st one, that's the 2nd one, this is the 3rd one. And tile, I believe it goes from the bottom to the top. Yep, there's the bug there. It says Gen 3. It's interesting that it doesn't need this backgrounds here. Maybe it doesn't actually need this, and we just needed to copy and paste it. That would have significantly reduced how many clicks I needed to make, to be honest. Probably something I should have tested before I made something as in-depth as this. I guess we should keep playing, see if there's any more weird bugs like that, because it's per permutation. So if there's 3 fish, the variation is gonna be different. I went the wrong way and went back. This is just the other end of that dead end. I don't know what I'm thinking. But yeah, there's no way to get over there. And I'm pretty sure there's a location over there. So the map needs to be reworked. Those all look good. It's too good. But it's not supposed to be enabled. Oh wait, maybe I did click enabled. But it won't let me attack it. Oh, we got another bug there. Again, it almost works, but it doesn't. He's been blinded by science. That one's got a lot of issues. Alright. So scene 8. Count 3. Position 1. Not sure which fish type that is. Fish type 3. Oh, yep, there's the issue. I missed some... Oh, put me in wrong too. How did I miss this many? I'm doing it again. Really makes you wonder. What happened there? Was I pasting the wrong thing? Oh, I think I was, because this one never got changed. Better check this one too then, huh? Oh, that's fine. Well, we're fixing bugs. Mutilated demon fish. Alright, pyramid time. Bubbling up. So many dead ends. Like I said, I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I think there's just so much to this map that I didn't catch all the dead ends. And that's what the player is gonna think, so I need to fix them anyways. We got the sea slug. Uh-oh. I guess we haven't done the locations yet either, so they just spawn back in because they don't have a number assigned to them. Or they have the wrong number assigned to them, rather. That's okay. I should be marking this down on the list here. Let's get that sticky note back out. Alright, so... I guess we can just cross this off, that's fun. World 4 locations. Vars. World 4 dead ends fixed. Past worlds 3 and 4. I don't like how that's happening. Not sure what else. We already fixed that one. I don't know how much longer I can go on. The other things we need is fish names. Or we'll just say new fish names. New fish names. SFX for calls on new fish. We only have the death sound effects. Maybe we should test the fish box here while we're at it. I mean, we tested it a little bit. Excuse me. Except not after catching World 4 fish. So clearly it's not working. We definitely caught fish. But this is like not done yet, clearly. But this one I think is done. Because the fish are populating. All these fish look okay. Man, I gotta stop yawning. Oh, I bet, because these new fish won't make sounds. Fish box SFX for new fish. Sounds like we got ad. Here's Thar. The bobbit worm. Oh, life for the new fish. Sounds like we're about back from the ads. We're just doing more testing here. It's unfinished, but there are things that we can test in this state and just kind of list the things that we need to make or work on. Now we found all the locations. It says find the Dragon Lord. We can probably fight it now. We need to find it first. I keep getting into fights with fish. Not seeing any more errors though in the tile swapping, so that's good. Other than the ones that we've already cataloged. I remember the Dragon Lord being closer. Maybe I should use the map. That's what it's there for. Oh, the map doesn't work on this one. Alright. I could have sworn the boss was like right near here. Let's cheat. Alright, so the world map. Over here, we'll zoom out a bit so we can see. Oh, I guess we do gotta go up. Technically we could go down and up, but I think this is the fastest way. Oh, except that we can't get through there. Here we are. And it still won't let me fight it. I think it's just not set up. But yeah. Let's save it. Probably some little things we can fix here. Select button. Ah, this is set to 4, it's supposed to be 3. That's an easy mistake to make. So that should fix the map not working. Alright, so it says set this for each location, but I'm pretty sure it's using the same as this one. That one says 17. 15. 19. 20. 21. 18. So that should be 22 then. Oh, this thing needs to be changed to level 3. Does this one have the same issue then? Yeah, it must. So there needs to be a variable for level. Was it explore? Yeah, we need to explore points level 2 and 3. For 3 and 4. Wait. Oh, it moved it. Alright, so we got explore points, level 2, level 3. Alright, so this is level 3. So we just need to go in and change this to explore points level 3. Explore points level 3. Explore point 3. Explore points level 3. I think that's all of them. And these ones need level 4. Right, but there's also this. Needs to be changed to level 4 as well. I'm gonna need to do that on level 3 too. This is a lot more exciting than what I was doing before. Not by a whole lot, but I don't know, kind of. Because of how boring the other stuff was. Magnitude's more exciting. I think that's all of them for this. Honestly, I feel like there's more that needs to be done here. That's just to make the text pop up, right? We need the on init to work. But it should be working. I don't know why it wasn't. Oh wait, I think I have an idea. Yeah, those aren't being changed. If we go to this one, I feel like they are. Right. Oh, no. Still says location 8. Or it should say location 17. Oh, did I not make variables for those yet? No, we did. But they're spelled different. Location found 17. $15. 16. 1. 19, 20. We get this one? No. 18. I think that's all of them. That one. Are these ones I don't... Are they labeled? Oh, they are. Okay, that helps. This one is 22. Three. Five. Six. 8. 4. 7. 'I think that's all of them. Yep. Alright, so that should work for locations now. Alright, let's save it. I think we're gonna call it a day. We're at 5 and 20 minutes, 5 hours and 20 minutes. Which has become pretty typical. Five and a half hours. Stream is getting a lot done. Not dawdling, but also nothing super long. Nothing crazy. But yeah, let's raid out before this ad starts. I think we're gonna raid Garden. We hardly ever get a chance to raid Garden, and they're streaming Scrabdackle, which is super interesting art style indie. Looks like action adventure type game. I'm not really sure. I've seen a lot about it for a while now. And it is a very successful independent made game, so let's check that out. Let's get let me get a browser open first. I always forget to do that when I run out of time. Alright, so we're gonna raid Garden of Indie. Get a raid message going. Top one if you're subbed, bottom one if you're not. Alright, well thanks everyone for hanging out. All the lurkers, I really appreciate it. Everyone who stuck around to the bitter end. We did a whole lot today. Things are gonna be more exciting from here on out now that we got all the boring stuff out of the way. Yeah, we are doing things and things are getting done, and yeah, we fixed those tile errors. We fixed the location thing. I should probably mark that one off. I'll add 3 so that way we know that we need to test it. We obviously need to test it, but yeah, we'll test the location specifically. Yeah, there's still a lot that needs to be done for this game. But it's to the point where we can actually start making a trailer for the new version and get the Steam page up. Alright, we're gonna raid. See you later. Bye. Raid. See you later. Bye.
Rico coming through with the raid. I appreciate you, homie. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you had a good stream. What were y'all playing over there? What were y'all doing today? Let me get a shout out for the homie Rico. Great game dev, great artist, great all-around guy. Love playing games with him.